Chapter 19. The young girl had fair skin, an oval-shaped face, and a pair of round eyes that were particularly alluring. She wore a light pink dress, and her hair was tied up in a bun. She looked like a young married woman. She rubbed her eyes blankly in the darkness and looked around. "Where am I?" Chu Wanning said. "You're in the realm of truth that I've set up." The young girl was shocked and asked in panic, "Who are you? Why is it so dark here? I can't see you. Who's talking?" Chu Wanning said, "Have you forgotten? You're already dead." The young girl's eyes widened. "I'm already. Slowly, she remembered. She lowered her head and crossed her arms in front of her chest. There was no sign of movement. She muttered softly and murmured, I'm already dead. Only souls can enter the realm of truth. Here, hatred and hatred will be eliminated. The dead, regardless of whether they become an evil ghost or an ordinary ghost, will retain their personality and appearance from when they were alive. This is called truth." The young girl was stunned for a moment, as though she was gradually recalling her past. Then, she suddenly lowered her head and wept silently. Chu Wanning asked, Do you have any grievances?" The young girl sobbed, "Are you the king of hell? Or the white impermanence? Are you here to redress my grievances?" Chu Wanning face-palmed. "I'm not the king of hell, nor am I the white impermanence." The young girl sobbed softly. Chu Wanning was silent for a moment. He waited for her to calm down a little before saying, "But I'm here to redress your grievances." When the young girl heard this, she looked up with a mixture of joy and sorrow. "Then you really are the king of hell?" Chu Wanning decided not to continue this topic with her. Instead, he asked, "Do you know what you did after you died?" "I don't know. I'm not very clear. I only remember that I was very sad, very sad. I wanted to take revenge. I wanted to find them, and I wanted to find him again." When one's soul had just been awakened, there were many things that could not be recalled, but it did not matter. Chu Wanning patiently asked her, "Who are you looking for?" The girl said softly, "My husband, Chen Buohuan." Chu Wanning shivered. Chen Buohuan. Wasn't that the name of the eldest son of the Qin family? He asked, What's your name? Where are you from?" With Heaven's Inquisition's power poured into this illusory barrier, almost all the undead who came here would talk to Chu Wanning honestly. The girl replied, "I am Luo Xianxian, from Colorful Butterfly Town. Before I came here, I looked through the files of Colorful Butterfly Town. This town has a total of more than 500 families, but there is no Luo family. Who is your father?" The young girl slowly recalled all the details, and the grief in her eyes deepened. "My father was a scholar in the village. He was a close friend of my father-in-law. A few years ago, he died of tuberculosis. After that, I was the only one left in the family." "Then why did you die?" The girl was stunned for a moment, and then she sobbed, "I had no other choice but to die. They cheated me of the secret formula of the perfume powder left by my father. They beat me, scolded me, and threatened me to leave Colorful Butterfly Town. I am a weak woman. Where else can I go? I don't have a single relative in this world. The world is so big. Where can I go? Apart from the Yellow Springs and the underworld, is there anywhere else that can accommodate me?" After she recalled what happened before her death, there seemed to be infinite pain and sadness in her heart, and she was eager to talk to someone. Even when Chu Wanning didn't ask her again, she slowly told the story by herself. It turned out that Luo Xianxian lost her mother when she was young. According to her father, she had an older brother, but her older brother was separated from them in the chaos of the lower cultivation world. After that, she never saw him again, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. When her older brother was lost, Luo Xianxian was not yet a year old, and she was still in her swaddling clothes. Later, she tried to recall her older brother, but she still had no impression of him. Only Luo Xianxian and her father were left in the Luo family. The father and daughter depended on each other and drifted around. Finally, they built a small house in Colorful Butterfly Town and lived there. That year, Luo Xianxian was 5 years old. The eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Buohuan, was 2 years older than her. At that time, the Qin family was not rich yet, and several people in the family lived in a 2-bedroom mud hut. There was an orange tree by the low wall of the small courtyard, and it was full of fruit in autumn. The lush branches grew over the low wall and reached the yard of the Luo family. Luo Xianxian looked up, and the tangerines on the branches were like lanterns in the Lantern Festival. She was shy and introverted, so she didn't play with others. She always held a small stool and peeled edamame by herself. From time to time, she would look up and look at the tangerines in the yard of the Qin family. The tangerines were yellow and very attractive. Against the sunlight, they reminded people of the sweet and sour juices. Luo Xianxian looked at them eagerly, swallowing from time to time, and her cheeks were sore. But she didn't reach out to pick the tangerines. Her father was a scholar who couldn't keep up with his younger brother. He lost the exam, but he didn't lose his backbone. The scholar's brain was probably broken, and he always told his daughter to be a gentleman. Luo Xianxian knew at the age of 3 that she couldn't be blinded by wealth and couldn't be moved by poverty. Although she coveted the tangerines, she never reached out to pick the tangerines that were close to her. One night, under the moonlight, Luo Xianxian was washing clothes in the yard, huffing and puffing. Her father was not strong, so he went to bed early. Poor children learned early. The little girl rolled up her sleeves, immersed her thin arms in the wooden bucket, and rubbed seriously with her face puffed up. Suddenly, there was a hoarse cough at the door, and a young man covered in blood staggered in and stared at her. The little girl was so scared that she even forgot to scream. The young man's face was dirty and bloody, but he was very handsome. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time. Finally, the young man couldn't stand it anymore and sat down slowly against the wall. He gasped and said in a hoarse voice, "Give me some water." Maybe it was because the young man didn't look like a bad guy, or maybe it was because Luo Xianxian was kind. Although she was scared, she still ran back to the house, got a cup of tea, and handed it to the young man. The young man didn't hesitate and drank it all. After drinking, he wiped the corner of his mouth, opened his eyes, and stared at Luo Xianxian's pretty face. His eyes were a bit blank, and he didn't speak for a long time. He didn't speak, and Luo Xianxian didn't speak either. She just blinked her eyes timidly and kept a safe distance from him. She held her hands and looked at the stranger. "You look like an old friend of mine." The young man suddenly opened his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and smiled gloomily. With the blood on his face, he looked really ferocious. "Especially your eyes, they are round, and they make people want to dig them out, stick them on their fingers, and swallow them one by one." The horrible words were said so calmly by him, and even with a smile. Luo Xianxian trembled even more and subconsciously covered her eyes. The young man said, "Oh, you're smart, girl. Just cover your eyes and don't stare at me. I can't control my hands." He spoke with a curly tongue and a northern accent. The moonlight shone in the yard. The young man licked his chapped lips and suddenly saw the orange tree in the yard. For some reason, his eyes lit up and there was a light in his eyes. The light was bright for a while and then dim for a while. Then he raised his chin and said, "Girl, Luo Xianxian, pick an orange and peel it for me." Luo Xianxian finally spoke. Her voice was thin and trembling, but she didn't hesitate. "Big brother, this is not my fruit tree, it's someone else's. You can't pick it." The young man was stunned, and then his face slowly darkened as he thought of something. "I said you can pick it, so you can pick it. I want to eat the orange, so you pick it for me." The last sentence was so vicious that it sounded like it was crushed through his teeth and then spat out. Luo Xianxian trembled in fear, but still stood there stubbornly. The little girl was gentle, but deep down, she was the same as her rotten father. "I won't." The young man suddenly narrowed his eyes and arched his nose. His expression changed. "Stinky girl, do you know who you're talking to? If you want to drink water, I'll pour it for you. If you want to eat, there's still food at home. But the orange tree isn't mine, so I can't pluck it. Dad said that taking something without asking is considered stealing. I'm a gentleman. I want riches and honor, but I can't be lustful." In her nervousness, she blurted out the word, "fish." The half-grown little girl blushed and insisted on what her father had taught her. She stuttered and finally blurted out the entire sentence. However, under the gaze of the young man, she was already trembling uncontrollably and her legs were shaking. The young man was speechless. If it wasn't for the inappropriate timing, he would have heard such a little fellow, a little girl, say, "Taking without asking is stealing. Riches and honor cannot be corrupted, and poverty cannot be moved. And I am a gentleman?" Pooh! He really couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he couldn't bring himself to laugh. On the contrary, there was a kind of intense resentment that soared to the heavens in his chest, driving Ma Pengteng, crushing his heart. "I hate people like you the most, the so-called." He supported himself against the wall and stood up shakily. He squeezed out 2 words from his lips. "Good people, gentlemen, heroes, and benevolent people." Under the horrified gaze of Luo Xianxian, he slowly moved his injured leg to the orange tree. He raised his head and almost greedily inhaled the scent of the orange tree. Then, a red light of hatred suddenly burst out from the bottom of his eyes. Before Luo Xianxian could react, he grabbed the tree and shook it violently. He kicked, and hit it. All the oranges on the branch fell to the ground and rolled to one side. The young man's smile was twisted, and he shouted without restraint, "What a good taking without asking is called stealing. What a good riches cannot be corrupted. Might and honor cannot be subdued. Big brother, what are you doing? Stop it now. Dad, Dad." Luo Xianxian didn't want to call him Dad at first. Her dad was a weak scholar who couldn't help much even if he came out. But she was a little girl after all. Finally, she was scared and broke down. "What are you shouting for? If your dad comes out, I'll cut him too." The little girl was scared out of her wits. There were tears in her round eyes. The Qin family next door went to visit relatives in the neighboring village. The whole family was not there, so no one stopped the little crazy. Little Madman shook off all the oranges on the ground, but it was still not enough to vent his anger. He stomped on the ground a few times, crushing several fruits. Suddenly, with a sudden burst of strength, he jumped up and flipped over to the Chan family's courtyard. He found an axe and chopped down the entire tree in a few moves. Then he flipped back and laughed. Suddenly, he stopped laughing. He squatted on the ground and stared blankly. He suddenly turned his head and waved to Luo Xianxian. "Girl, come here." Luo Xianxian didn't move. She stood there, her small cloth shoes embroidered with yellow flowers on the ground. The young man saw that she was hesitating, so he softened his tone and said as kindly as possible, "Come here. I have something good for you." I don't want." "No, I don't want to," Luo Xianxian said in a low voice. Before she finished, the young man suddenly became fierce again. "If you don't come, I'll go inside and chop your dad up." Luo Xianxian shuddered and finally moved towards him in small steps. The young man squinted at her. "Hurry up. I don't have time to watch you dance." When Luo Xianxian was still a few steps away from him with her head lowered, he suddenly reached out and pulled her over. Luo Xianxian let out a scream, but the scream was violently blocked by something in her throat. The young man put an orange into her mouth. He didn't peel it or scrub it. He just put it in her mouth with mud. How could Luo Xianxian eat an orange in one bite? The young man tried to force it into her mouth, and the orange cracked and rotted. Half of her face was smeared with the pulp of the fruit. However, the lunatic was still grinning, crushing the fruit in her face and stuffing it into her mouth that she was trying to close. "Aren't you a gentleman? You don't eat stolen food, right? Then what are you eating now?" "Huh, what are you eating now?" "Oh, no, I don't want." Daddy, swallow it." The young man narrowed his eyes and put the last bit of fruit into Luo Xianxian's mouth. His eyes were shining, and he shuddered. "Swallow it." She watched as Luo Xianxian was forced to swallow the orange and called out "Daddy" in a choked voice. The young man was silent for a while and suddenly smiled. That smile was more terrible than his ferocious face. He touched Luo Xianxian's hair with satisfaction, squatted there, and said gently, "Why are you calling me Daddy? Shouldn't you call me Big Brother? Is the orange I gave you sweet? Is it delicious?" Then he picked up another one from the ground. This time, he did not force it into her mouth. He carefully peeled the orange peel and cleaned the sticky white strands little by little. Then, he wiped his hands, broke off a piece, and brought it to Luo Xianxian's lips. he said softly. If you like it, eat some more. Luo Xianxian knew that she had met a mentally deranged person today. She had no choice but to lower her head and silently eat the orange handed to her by the lunatic. The sweet and sour juice melted in her throat, and her stomach churned. The young man squatted there and fed her the orange piece by piece. Suddenly, he seemed to be in a good mood and even began to hum a song. His voice was rough and hoarse, like a broken wind basket. She couldn't hear him clearly, and only a few words floated into Luo Xianxian's ears. 3 or 4 petals fall in the pond. 1 or 2 strings ring on the shore. It's best to be young and weak, to see the end of the world, he suddenly said. Little girl. Tisk, he curled his lips and held Luo Xianxian's little face. Let me see your eyes. Luo Xianxian's hair trembled, and she couldn't resist. She could only let the young man look at her carefully. His bloody fingers touched her eyelids inch by inch. You really look like them, he said. Luo Xianxian closed her eyes, sobbing. She was really afraid that this lunatic would pluck off her 2 ears on a whim like plucking fruits. But the young man didn't pick them. He just said to her coldly, Didn't you teach me that I can't be corrupted by wealth and I can't be moved by poverty? Big Brother also has something to say to you. Wu, open your eyes. Luo Xianxian closed her eyes tightly. The young man laughed and said hoarsely, I'm not going to pick your eyes, open them. Do you think I can't pick your eyes if you don't open them? Luo Xianxian had no choice but to open her round eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled, and large drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't know how the frightened and pitiful expression on her face pleased this young man of unknown origin. He suddenly let go of the hand that was pinching her cheek. His hand hung in the air, and then he gently patted her head. He stared into her eyes, and a trembling smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His smile was 7 parts twisted, 2 parts ferocious, and 1 part sad. He said, There are men in Lini, but their hearts are dead. After that, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Only the mess on the ground showed that such a person had been here in the middle of the night, covered in blood. Chapter 20. The next morning, the Chins came back from a visit and saw that the orange tree in the yard had fallen and the oranges were all over the ground. There were not many other houses nearby, and only the Luo family lived close to them. Thinking of how Luo Xianxian looked at the oranges every day, the Chins were immediately sure. The unlucky Luo Xianxian must have stolen the oranges. Not only did she steal the oranges, but she also cut down their orange tree out of jealousy. The Chins immediately complained to Luo Shusheng. Luo Shusheng couldn't stand such humiliation. He immediately called his daughter over and asked her angrily if she stole the oranges. Luo Xianxian cried and said no. He asked her again if she cut the tree. Luo Xianxian still said no. He asked her again if she ate the oranges. Luo Xianxian didn't know how to lie, so she said yes. Before she could explain, she was ordered to kneel down by her angry father. In front of the Chins, her father beat her with a ruler and said, An adopted daughter is worse than a man. How could you do such a thing at such a young age? What a joke. You disgraced your father. You have to face the wall for 3 days to reflect on yourself and turn over a new leaf. Dad, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. How dare you talk back? No one believed her. Although the lower cultivation world was chaotic, the colorful butterfly town was an exception. This town had always been simple and honest. They didn't close their doors at night. A crazy person covered in blood came in the middle of the night? Who would believe that? Luo Xianxian's small hands were beaten until the skin and flesh were broken. The few people from the Chen family looked on coldly. Only the oldest boy among them tugged at the corner of his mother's clothes, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. His mother ignored him, and there was nothing he could do about it. His small face wrinkled, and he stood to the side, unwilling to continue watching. At night, Luo Xianxian didn't dare to go back to her room. She squatted under the eaves and stood as punishment. Her father was a scholar and couldn't tolerate stealing. He was also sour and stubborn. It was useless to talk to him because he didn't listen to her explanation. Luo Xianxian, who had been hungry all day, felt dizzy. Suddenly, someone called her in a low voice, Sister Luo. Luo Xianxian turned around and saw a well-defined head sticking out from the edge of the mud wall. It was the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Bohuan, who had tried to help her during the day. Qin Bohuan looked left and right to make sure there was no one around, so he quickly flipped over the wall. He had a hot steamed bun in his arms, and without any explanation, he stuffed it into her hands. I see you've been standing under this wall all day and haven't eaten anything. Here's a steamed bun for you. Eat it quickly. Luo Xianxian was shy by nature. She had lived here for several months, but she hadn't talked much with her neighbor. Now that she suddenly looked at him so closely, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back and hit her head on the wall. But she still stuttered. I can't take it. Daddy won't let me. He said. He was incoherent for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. Chen Bohuan said, Aya, your father only knows how to talk all day long. Why do you care so much about him? You'll get sick if you're hungry like this. Eat it, or it'll get cold. The steamed bun was white and tender, and it was very soft, with steam coming out. Luo Xianxian lowered her head and stared at it for a while, swallowing her saliva. He was really starving. She didn't care about being a gentleman. She grabbed the steamed bun, lowered her head, and ate it. After a while, she finished it. After eating, she raised her round eyes and said to Qin Bohuan, I didn't cut down the orange trees, and I didn't want to steal them. Chen Bohuan was stunned and slowly smiled, yes, but they don't believe me. Under such a disdainful gaze, Luo Xianxian's heart slowly melted, and her grievances melted like ice. She cried, opened her mouth, and wiped her tears. They don't believe me. I didn't steal. I didn't steal. Qin Bohuan patted her in a hurry. I know you didn't steal. Aya, you stood under the tree every day and never took an orange. If you wanted to steal, you would have done it a long time ago. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. She cried even harder, and snot and tears fell together. Chen Bohuan patted her. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. The 2 children became familiar with each other just like that. Later, there was a murder case in a neighboring village. It was said that a few nights ago, a blood-soaked bandit had entered a house and wanted to sleep in one of the rooms. The owner of the house did not agree, so the bandit stabbed the whole family to death. Then, in the house full of corpses, he slept leisurely, and only left the next day in the morning. So what if he left? He even stained the wall with blood and wrote a long article about what he had done, as if he didn't want the world to not know about such a bad person. This news spread like wildfire, and soon, it spread to colorful Butterfly Town. It was the night when Luo Xianxian said she met Crazy Big Brother. Luo Shusheng and the Chen family were all speechless. After the misunderstanding was solved, the 2 families began to interact more frequently. The Chen couple saw that Luo Xianxian was very cute, a little beauty, and diligent and sensible. They thought that it would be difficult to find a better daughter-in-law with their family background, so they decided to arrange a marriage between Chen Bohuan and Luo Xianxian. When they reached marriageable age, they would officially hold a wedding banquet. Luo Shusheng saw that his daughter and Chen Bohuan were childhood sweethearts, so he gladly agreed. Days passed by. If it wasn't for Luo Shusheng's love for art and incense, the Qin and Luo families would have lived in poverty and peace like they had expected at the beginning. But the bad thing was that Luo Shusheng accidentally found 100 butterfly incense powder. Although the smell of this powder was not special, and it was not much different from the ordinary spices in town, it had an advantage that ordinary spices couldn't have. It would linger for 100 days, and its fragrance would never fade away. The fragrance of 100 butterfly incense powder lasted for a long time, and the fragrance did not dissipate easily. It was a good and cheap thing that ordinary people wanted. Luo Shusheng said, everything is inferior, but studying is the best. Although he found the powder, he was not willing to sell it. He thought that it would lower his status. If he didn't sell it, there would naturally be others who wanted it. Mrs. Chen tried several times to get the recipe from Luo Shusheng and encourage him to open a shop, but she was rejected. After a few times, Mrs. Chen felt embarrassed and never mentioned it again. But in her heart, she firmly remembered this. When Luo Xianxian was 10 years old, an opportunity came. Luo Shusheng, a sickly person, had tuberculosis. After struggling for a few days, he died. As Luo Xianxian's in-laws, Although their daughter was not married yet, there was still friendship between them. So, she helped with the funeral and was busy. Luo Xianxian was grateful, but she didn't know that Mrs. Chun had secretly taken the recipe for the incense powder when she was packing up Luo Shuxing's belongings. That night, Mrs. Chun was full of excitement under a bean oil lamp. She went over to read the recipe with excitement, but after a glance, she was dumbfounded. Luo Shuxing's calligraphy was elegant and graceful. She stared at it for a long time, but couldn't understand a single word. She had no choice but to quietly put the recipe back. After a few months, when Luo Xianxian calmed down, she called her daughter to the house for dinner. In the chat, she accidentally mentioned the fragrance of butterflies. Luo Xianxian thought that it was useless to keep the recipe at home. Her mother-in-law was so good to her. If she wanted it, she would give it to her. So, she found her father's belongings and helped Mrs. Chen identify the words. Little by little, she sorted out the precise recipe. Mrs. Chun was wild with joy. After she got the recipe, she began to plan with her husband to open a shop. Of course, at that time, she still cherished this gentle and sensible daughter-in-law. Luo Xianxian was getting more and more beautiful. Although her family was unfortunate, her appearance was 1 in 100. Many young men in the town began to pay attention to her. A long night was fraught with problems. Mrs. Chun thought that she had to get this done quickly. However, Luo Xianxian had just lost her father. According to the custom of colorful butterfly town, if one's parents died, one could not marry for 3 years. How could Mrs. Chun wait 3 years? She racked her brains and thought of a solution. One day, Luo Xianxian was braiding the hair of the little sister of the Chen family. The little girl was very close to her. All day long, Luo Xianxian would follow her around like a little tail. Mrs. Chen walked into the courtyard and called Luo Xianxian into the inner hall. She said to her, "Xianxian, you and Bo Huan were childhood sweethearts. You were engaged to him. Now that your father is gone, you're all alone. It's not easy for you to live. Originally, you were supposed to marry into our family this year. But the rule of 3 years of mourning here is so tiring that you can't get married. Auntie was thinking, if you wait 3 years, how old will you be?" Luo Xianxian lowered her head and didn't say anything. But she was smart enough to guess Mrs. Chen's next words. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Sure enough, Mrs. Chen continued, "It's hard and tiring to live alone. How about this? You marry me first. We'll close the door and pray to heaven and earth. We won't tell outsiders first. If others ask, you can say that you are living with Andy so that we can take care of each other. This way, you will complete the ritual and won't be criticized. It will also make your old father feel at ease. When the 3 years are up, we will hold a grand wedding for you too. What do you think?" Her words sounded like she was thinking for Luo Xianxian. Luo Xianxian was not a bad person. She didn't think badly of others, so she agreed. Later, the Chen family became rich by selling the 100 butterfly fragrance powder. They moved out of the old house and bought a large piece of land in town. They renovated the house and became a big family. Luo Xianxian became a person who hid in the shadows of the big family and rarely showed herself. People in town thought that Luo Xianxian was living in the Chen family because of Mrs. Chen's kindness. They didn't know that she and Chen Buohuan were married. Although she felt wronged, Luo Xianxian only thought that her mother-in-law was doing this for her own good. So she didn't complain. Plus, Chen Buohuan was sincere to her, so the couple lived a happy life. After 3 years, everything would return to normal. However, Luo Xianxian didn't get married officially. The Chen family's business was getting bigger and bigger. Plus, Chen Buohuan was handsome, not only in colorful Butterfly Town, but also in several other towns. The daughters of the big families started to have ideas about young Master Chen. After a while, Mrs. Chen's mind became active. She set up this marriage because she thought that she couldn't find a good wife in a peasant family. So she was anxious to tie Luo Xianxian down. Who would have thought that the Chen family would one day prosper? At this time, when she looked back at Luo Xianxian again, she felt that this girl was not good-looking enough. She was not smart enough. She was as dumb as her dead-headed father. No matter how she looked at her, she did not like her. She regretted it a little. But the appearance of Miss Yao changed her a little to a lot. Miss Yao is the daughter of the county magistrate. She loves military attire. One day, She was riding a horse on her way back from hunting. When she passed by a fragrance powder shop, she picked out a few fragrant powders. Who would have thought that instead of the fragrance powder, she saw a handsome young man who was busy in the hall. That young man was none other than Luo Xianxian's husband, Chen Buohuan. Chapter 21. Miss Yao was a hot-tempered girl. When she got home, she didn't want to eat or drink. She kept pestering her father to ask about Chen Buohuan. Although Chen Buohuan was married, it was done behind closed doors. Who in the surrounding villages knew about it? Even the engagement between the Luo family and the Chen family was not clear about it. So Miss Yao learned that Child Chun was not married yet. After a few rounds of observation, the county magistrate felt that Xiao Chun was capable, had a gentle temperament, and had a good family background. Thus, he sent someone to talk to the Chen couple about the marriage. Lord Chun regretted it so much. They told the county magistrate that they needed to think about it first. After closing the door, the two old men started to quarrel. Lord Chen said, "Why are you so anxious? That poor scholar died early. His daughter was supposed to mourn for him for 3 years. If you didn't let them get married first, it's not too late for our son to regret it now. Look at what happened." Mrs. Chun was also anxious. "Blame me? Weren't you the one who wanted to arrange the engagement? Now it's the county magistrate's daughter. How can Luo Xianxian compare to her?" Behind closed doors, the two old bastards argued until their faces and ears turned red. In the end, they had no energy left and were panting heavily across the table. Lord Chen asked, "What should we do?" "Let's ask the county magistrate to go back." Mrs. Chun said, "We can't. Our Chun family is counting on Miss Yao to make a fortune." Lord Chun said angrily, "Can Miss Yao be a concubine? Can she? Our son already has one in his room. How can we get her in? Look at how lovey-dovey those two are." Mrs. Chun didn't say anything. After a while, her eyes suddenly lit up and she murmured, "Old Chun, I'm thinking about it. No one knows about Luo Xianxian and our son except for the people in our family." After a few moments of silence, Squire Chun was stunned for a while. He immediately understood his wife's intention. He was trembling, half out of fear, half out of excitement. You mean, if no one knows, it's not a marriage?" Mrs. Chun said, "Let's find a way to drive her away. If the soft approach doesn't work, we'll use the hard approach. Everybody knows that our son is unmarried. Do you remember how she stole oranges when she was little? As long as all of us bite the bullet, even if she has 17 or 18 mouths, she won't be able to defend herself." Squire Chan strode to the door and made sure that the door was closed. Then he hurried over. The two who had been quarreling like fighting cocks a moment ago were now huddled together and discussing in low voices. Chen Yuanwei said, "I'm afraid your idea won't work." "What happened?" "Our son won't agree. He's been in love with Luo Xianxian since he was young. How could he agree to turn against her?" Madame Chan thought for a while, then patted her husband's hand and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." After a while, Madame Chan suddenly fell seriously ill. Her illness was very strange. The doctor could not figure out the cause, but she was crazy all day long. Her mouth was full of nonsense, and she kept saying that she was possessed by a ghost. Squire Chun was very anxious. He invited a Taoist priest, who carried a horsetail whisk. He calculated with his fingers and said that the Chun family had something against Madame Chun. If it was not solved, Madame Chun would not live to see the end of the year. Chen Buohuan was very filial. He was very anxious and asked, "What is against my mother?" The Taoist priest pretended to be mysterious for a long time and said that it was a hidden beauty. Everyone in the room was stunned. The sons of the Chen family all turned to look at Luo Xianxian, who was standing on the side. Luo Xianxian was also stunned. In fact, she had been told many times since she was a child. She was born to be a jinx, and she killed her mother, then her brother, and then her father. Now, she was pointed at and said that she was going to kill her mother-in-law. The people of the Chen family were anxious. Several brothers took turns to persuade her to leave the Chen family. After all, no one outside knew that she was married and had a clean reputation. They would give her money and let her find another good family. Luo Xianxian was anxious and scared. She was really worried that she was the jinx of Madame Chen. She cried all day long. Chen Buohuan was heartbroken. He saw that his mother was getting more and more haggard. He was in a dilemma. He did not want Luo Xianxian to leave, but he could not bear to see his mother suffer. She lost a lot of weight quickly. The brothers of the Qin family could not accept it. One day, when their boss was not around, they went to find their sister-in-law. Luo Xianxian was mixing the 100 butterfly powder in the greenhouse. They rushed up and knocked over her utensils. The powder fell all over her. The strong smell seemed to have seeped into her bones and couldn't be washed away. The brothers surrounded her and said a lot of principles, such as wife's virtue and wife and daughter are inferior, parents are superior. But Luo Xianxian was very tough. Although she was timid, she was very stubborn. She cried and said that she did not want to leave. She begged them to think of another way. The second son of the Qin family was anxious. He went to her and slapped her. He said to her, "Our mother is going to die because of you. If there is another way, will your father die? Will your mother die? Will your brother's life be uncertain?" As soon as he slapped her, the others rushed to her. They surrounded Luo Xianxian and beat her. They shouted, "Get out of here, Jinx, Jinx." These sons were of the same mind as their mother. In fact, they knew their mother's idea. At this time, when their boss was not around, they drove Luo Xianxian out of the house. They threatened her that if she dared to come back, they would beat her every day. Anyway, she did not have a family. Even if she was beaten to death, no one would speak for her. It was a big snowy night. Luo Xianxian was thrown into the snow with bruises all over her body. One of her embroidered shoes fell off. She crawled forward slowly. Her mouth made unclear sobs, like the low howl of a cub before its death. It was late at night. On such a snowy day, few people would go out. She crawled in the vast world. She did not know where she was going. She did not know where she could go. The brothers of the Qin family were right. She did not have a family. She did not have a father. She did not have a brother. No one could stand up for her. No one could take her in. In this vast world of white, there was no place for her to stay. Her body was not strong. When she was thrown out, she was wearing thin clothes. She shivered in the cold. Soon her legs and feet became numb. She could not feel anything. She crawled all the way to the outskirts of the city. She came to the temple where the ghost master of ceremonies was enshrined. She curled up in the temple to hide from the snow. Her lips were blue and purple from the cold. Her heart was even more sad. She looked up at the clay statue with bright red makeup. She could not stop her tears from rolling down her face. She remembered the rules of the lower cultivation world. When a couple got married, they should have a master of ceremonies as witness. But at that time, she just had a red flower in her hair. She smiled sweetly and kowtowed to Qin Bohuan. Was this closed-door marriage really just a dream? Was the picturesque beauty in the bronze mirror that day really just the sound of greed in the depths of her drunken dream? She knelt in front of the ghost master of ceremonies. She dragged her body that was getting heavier and colder. She knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. She cried and laughed. Married as husband and wife, loving each other without doubt. Pleasure on this evening. She gradually felt dizzy. Her vision was getting blurry. There seemed to be a thin layer of moonlight in front of her. In the small courtyard in the past, she cried and said, "I didn't steal it. I didn't steal it. I didn't steal the oranges." However, rumors were a fearful thing. No one would believe her one-sided story. Today, she knew that even if she went to someone and cried, saying that she was really Qin Bohuan's first wife, there would definitely be no one who would believe her. She was still that little girl by the mud wall, who had nowhere to redress her grievances. Nothing had changed, but there was someone who climbed over the wall and put a steaming white steamed bun into her palm. He said to her, "You must be hungry. Eat a steamed bun to fill your stomach." But now, that person, where was he? He came back and couldn't find her. Would he be anxious? Or would he be relieved that her mother would finally not be cursed by her again? Luo Xianxian curled up in the mud temple. Her tears gradually dried up. She whispered, "Empress of the ceremony, I want to be with him. I am his first wife. When we went through the ceremony, there was no empress beside us. You are a ghost empress. You can't control a living person. But I can only tell you." She sobbed and made the last sound in her throat. "I'm not lying. I'm not lying." The snow was silent. The long night was silent. The next day, the townsfolk passing by the mud temple in the suburbs found Luo Xianxian's cold body. Chapter 22. When Chu Wanning heard this, she was enraged. She wished she could immediately remove the willow vines and whip the Qin couple, but he couldn't open his eyes to curse. Once he did, the pure reality illusion would disappear. The pure reality enchantment could only lock a ghost once. If it was interrupted, he wouldn't be able to hear what Luo Xianxian said next. Therefore, he could only suppress his anger and continue to listen to Luo Xianxian. After she died, her soul entered the netherworld first. She was muddle-headed and unconscious. The only impression she had was a woman wearing red and green clothes. She looked like the ghost master worshipped in the temple. The ghost master stood in front of her and asked her gently, "You and Shen Bohuan can't sleep in the same bed when you are alive, but do you want to sleep in the same cave when you die?" She answered in panic, "I do. I do." "Then let him come to accompany you immediately, okay?" Luo Xianxian almost blurted out. She was about to say yes, but she suddenly remembered something. She was stunned. "Am I dead?" "Yes. I am the ghost master of the netherworld. I can grant you a good match and fulfill your long-cherished wish." Luo Xianxian was stunned. "Then if he comes to accompany me, will he die too?" "Yes. But if the heavens have feelings, death is nothing. It's just a close of eyes. What's the difference?" When Chu Wanning heard this, she thought to herself, sure enough, this ghost master would lure others into making a wish for their lives. This immortal was truly an evil immortal. Although Luo Xianxian died unjustly, she didn't turn into a ferocious ghost. She shook her head. "No, we can't kill him. It's not his fault." The ghost master smiled sadly. "What do you get for being so kind?" It didn't force Luo Xianxian. As an immortal, it was okay to lure others to make a wish, but not to force them. Its figure gradually faded, and its voice became more and more vague. "Soul return in 7 days. When you return to the world of the living on the first 7 days, go and see the Qins. After that, I will ask you again. See if you still have no regrets." 7 days later, the soul return day arrived. Luo Xianxian's soul returned to the world of the living. She followed the old road and went to the Qins with an anxious heart. She wanted to see her husband one last time. Who would have thought that the interior of the Qin residence would be decorated with lanterns and colored banners, while outside the courtyard, there would be fire trees and silver flowers. Betrothal gifts filled the parlor, with a large she character pasted in front of the hall. Madame Qin's face was glowing, without the slightest sign of illness. She was instructing the servants with a smile on her face, instructing them to decorate the betrothal gifts with flowers and drape them with red silk. Who was holding a wedding? Who was the one who wanted to give a betrothal gift? Who was it? 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts? How glorious! Who was it? She shuttled through the bustling crowd, listening to the sounds of people in the mortal world. "Congratulations, Madam Qin. Your son is engaged to the daughter of County Magistrate Yao. When is the banquet? Mrs. Chun is truly blessed. Miss Yao is indeed the Chun family's lucky star. Madam Chun, you look much better now that you've just gotten engaged. Your son and Miss Yao are a match made in heaven. I'm so envious, ha ha ha. Your son. Which man is it? Who was going to marry the daughter of the Yao family?" She frantically shuttled back and forth in the familiar front yard, searching for that familiar figure amidst the laughter and clamor. And then, she found him. Chen Bohuan stood with his hands behind his back in front of the peonies in the back hall. His face was haggard, and his cheeks were sunken. However, he was dressed in red. Although it wasn't a wedding dress, it was the custom of colorful Butterfly Town. When a prospective son-in-law came to propose a marriage, he should wear the red butterfly dress. He was going to propose a marriage? The entire hall of betrothal gifts, gold, silver, pearls, and jewels, were all prepared by him, by Qin Bohuan, her husband, for the daughter of the Yao family. She suddenly remembered the time when they got married. Apart from the two of them and a heart, they had nothing. There was no master of ceremonies, no betrothal gifts. At that time, the Qin family wasn't rich. They didn't even have a decent set of jewelry. He went to the courtyard and plucked a delicate orange flower under an orange tree that was planted by the two of them. He carefully put it in her hair. She asked him, "Does it look good?" He said it looked good. After a moment of silence, he sadly stroked her hair and said to her, "It's just that you're wronged." Luo Xianxian smiled and pursed her lips, saying it's okay. Qin Buohuan told her that when he married her in 3 years' time, he would definitely hold a lively wedding banquet. He would invite people from all over the place, use a large palanquin with 8 carriers to welcome her, dress her up with gold and silver, and fill the entire reception hall with betrothal gifts. The promise from that year was still in her ears. Now, the flowers were blooming and the moon was full. The person he was going to marry was someone else. A monstrous anger and sorrow surged. Luo Xianxian screamed in the room, tearing the red silk brocade that filled the room. But she was a ghost. She didn't touch anything. Qin Buohuan vaguely seemed to sense something. He turned around and stared blankly at the moving silk. His eyes were blank and empty. His little sister walked over. There was a white jade hairpin in her hair bun. He didn't know who she was secretly wearing it for. She said, "Big brother, go to the kitchen. Go to the kitchen and eat something. You haven't had a proper meal in days. We have to hurry to the county magistrate's house to propose a marriage. Your body can't take it like this." Chen Buohuan suddenly asked without thinking, "Little sister, did you hear someone crying?" "What? No, big brother. I think you're too." She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Chen Buohuan still stared at the place where the silk curtain fluttered. "How is mother now? Are you happy? Is she better?" "Big brother." "She's better. She's better." Chen Buohuan stood there for a while and muttered to himself, "I don't have Xianxian anymore. I can't lose mother too." "Big brother, let's go eat." Luo Xianxian cried, shouted, held her head and wailed. Don't go. Don't go," Qin Buohuan said. "Okay." The tired figure disappeared around the corner. Luo Xianxian stood there alone in a daze. Big drops of transparent tears rolled down her cheeks. Suddenly, she heard the brothers of the Qin family who killed her. The second brother whispered to the youngest brother, "Mother is so happy this time." Alas, finally a stone fell to the ground. "Isn't it? She pretended to be sick for more than half a year and finally drove that jinx away. How can she not be happy?" The youngest brother clicked his tongue twice and suddenly said, "Why did she die? We dared to let her go, but we didn't want to kill her. Why was she so stupid? Didn't she know to ask someone for help? Who knows? She's thin-skinned, just like her sour father. She can't blame us for her death. Although we pretended to be sick to earn her, we have our own difficulties. Think about it. Between the county magistrate's daughter and the poor girl, who would be a fool to choose her? Besides, if we offend Miss Yao, we'll be in trouble." That's right. She was stupid. She didn't want to live and wanted to freeze to death. No one can save her. These words floated into her ears. After Luo Xianxian died, she finally understood the so-called jinx. It was just because she was poor and humble, she couldn't be compared to the county magistrate's daughter. Only a fool would choose a poor girl. She finally went crazy. Filled with resentment and hatred, she returned to the master of ceremonies temple. She died there, and she returned there. She died weak and helpless, but she returned full of resentment. She used to be such a kind person, but at this time, she used up all the hatred in her life and the evil in her human nature that had never been released. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Her eyes were red, and her soul was shaking. She said, "Luo Xianxian is willing to give up her soul and become a malicious spirit. I only ask the master of ceremonies Empress to avenge me. I want the Chun family to die a horrible death. I want her. I want my evil mother-in-law to kill her son with her own hands. All her sons. I want Qin Buohuan to accompany me in hell, to be buried with me. I'm not satisfied. I hate. The eyes of the clay statue on the altar closed, and the corners of its mouth slowly raised. An empty voice echoed in the temple. "I accept you as my believer. As you wish, you will become a malicious spirit. Kill, hateful person." A blood-red light flashed, and Luo Xianxian could no longer remember what happened after that. However, Chu Wanning already knew that after that, the Master of Ceremonies ghost controlled Luo Xianxian to possess Mrs. Qin and kill the Qin family one by one. The reason why Qin Bohuan was dug out of the red coffin on the top of the mountain was naturally because the Master of Ceremonies ghost had fulfilled Luo Xianxian's long-cherished wish to bury Qin Bohuan with me. Moreover, it deliberately placed the coffin at the base of Qin Bohuan and his new wife's house. It was the most vicious curse and revenge. As for the fragrance in Qin Bohuan's coffin, it was the smell of the 100 butterfly powder on Luo Xianxian's body before she died. The resentment and fragrance in the coffin were extremely strong because Luo Xianxian's soul was sleeping with Qin Bohuan in it. Luo Xianxian had no family. According to the customs, when such a person died, their bones should be cremated instead of buried. Therefore, she did not have a physical body. She could only transform in the Master of Ceremonies ghost coffin. At that time, Chu Wanning opened the coffin with a vine whip. Luo Xianxian lost the protection of the coffin and her soul scattered. It was difficult for her to reunite temporarily. That was why the resentment was strong before the coffin was opened, but weak after the coffin was opened. But at that time in the illusion, why did Qin Bohuan only have a paper ghost bride when everyone else had a corpse as their spouse? Chu Wanning thought for a while and figured it out. The Master of Ceremonies ghost would not break its promise. The paper bride was the physical body it made for Luo Xianxian, or a carrier. Only Luo Xianxian could be buried with Qin Bohuan. Everything was clear now. Chu Wanning looked at the weak and helpless girl in the illusion. He wanted to say something, but he could not say anything. Elder Yu Hong was too clumsy. His words were always stiff, so after a long silence, he still did not say anything. The girl stood in the boundless darkness, her soft and bright round eyes wide open. Chu Wanning looked into her eyes. Suddenly, he could not bear to look at her anymore. He wanted to leave. He did not want to look at her anymore. He was about to open his eyes and leave this enchantment. The girl suddenly spoke. "Brother Yama, I have something to tell you." Chu Wanning. "Yes." The girl suddenly lowered her head, covered her eyes, and cried. She said softly, "Brother Yama, I don't know what I did after that, but I really did not want to kill my husband. I did not want to be a malicious ghost. I did not steal oranges. I am really Qin Bohuan's wife. In this life, I really did not want to hurt anyone. I really did not want to hurt anyone. I beg you, believe me." Her voice was choked, trembling, and broken. "I did not lie. I did not lie. Why is it that in this life, almost no one has ever believed me?" She sobbed. Chu Wanning's voice sounded in the darkness. He did not say much, but he did not hesitate. "Yes." Luo Xianxian's thin body shook. Chu Wanning said, "I believe you." Luo Xianxian wiped her tears with her hands, but she could not help it. In the end, she covered her tear-stained face, lowered her head, and bowed deeply in the darkness where she could not see. Chu Wanning opened his eyes again. After he opened his eyes, he did not speak for a long time. The time in the enchantment was different from the time in the real world. He had been inside for a long time, but to the people outside, it was just a blink of an eye. Mo Ran had not returned yet. The few people of the Qin family who were still alive were still looking at him. Chu Wanning suddenly put away the willow vine and said to old Madame Chun, "I will redress your grievances. Go to sleep." Old Madame Chen stared blankly with her blood-red eyes. Suddenly, she fell to the ground with a thump and fainted. Chu Wanning raised his head again. His eyes first swept over Minister Chen's face, then fell on Yaozi. There was no fluctuation in his voice, and it was still very cold. "I will ask you one last time." His lips moved slowly as he enunciated each word clearly. "Did you really not recognize who that voice belonged to?" Chapter 23. The youngest son of the Qin family trembled and looked up at his father. Chun Yuanwai's eyes drifted. After a while, he said firmly, I don't know. I don't recognize it." Chu Wanning's face was like 9 feet of frost. He said in a low voice, "Liar." His appearance was very fierce. At this moment, he lowered his eyebrows and looked more murderous. He was even more frightening than a ghost. Chen Yuanwai couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chu Wanning suddenly hit the Heaven's Inquisition on the ground. In an instant, sparks flew and leaves flew. Chen Yuanwei was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Is the 100 butterfly powder made by your family? Is this your eldest son's first marriage? Who is Luo Xianxian? You're already so old. Don't you have any shame? Chen Yuanwei opened and closed his mouth. In the end, he couldn't say a word. Gradually, his face turned from pale to red. The youngest daughter of the Qin family, who had been huddling in the side, suddenly burst into tears when she heard the name Luo Xianxian. She rushed over and knelt in front of her mother. She touched the unconscious body. Sister Luo, is this all because of you? I know you don't want to leave, but please, for my sake, please let our family go. Sister Luo. Chu Wanning bent down and held the Golden Heaven's Inquisition. He used the vine handle to lift Chen Yuanwei's face. This was Chu Wanning's psychological obsession. He wouldn't touch the people he thought were disgusting. He would get goosebumps as soon as he touched them. Do you think I don't know who is lying to me? He stared at Chen Yuanwei's face coldly. He saw his own face in those frightened eyes. Sure enough, he was so unlikable, so cold and mean, like a blade covered with frost. But so what? Wanya Yuheng never needed other people's love. Taoist priest, you are a person at the pinnacle of life and death. I am your client. How can you steal my private matter? Chu Wanning said, fine, I won't do anything. Just wait for your death. No. You can't. I can't. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. The luster flowing in his phoenix eyes was very dangerous. I can't what? I am. You are you. A person like you. If you were a disciple of my sect. Chu Wanning stroked Heaven's Inquisition and said in a low voice, today, I will whip you until your skin is split open and your bones broken. At this point, Squire Chun could no longer pretend to be innocent. Seeing that Chu Wanning was so fierce, he couldn't help but feel weak in his legs. He didn't care about his face anymore. He knelt down with a thud and cried, Taoist priest, we have no choice. We can't afford to offend the county magistrate's daughter. We can't eat or sleep well. Taoist priest. As he spoke, he was about to hit Chu Wanning's leg. Chu Wanning was a clean freak. Seeing that Squire Qian was about to touch him, he didn't think and hit him with the willow vine. He said in disgust, don't touch me. Being hit by Heaven's Inquisition, Squire Chun cried in pain even though he didn't inject any spiritual energy into his hand. He shouted, there is no justice. A Taoist priest at the peak of life and death is beating an ordinary person. When Mo Ran helped the two injured people into the house, he saw Squire Chen kneeling on the ground with tears and snot. He pointed at Chu Wanning with trembling hands and shouted, which sect does this? You people at the peak of life and death took the commission and didn't protect the client. You even beat him. This is really shameless. I want to tell the world. I want to publicize it. I want to let everyone know your attitude. I want to ruin your reputation and make you unable to earn a single copper coin. Chu Wanning said angrily, so what if we have money? Can we turn black and white upside down? Can we repay kindness with ingratitude? Can we do whatever we want with money? Can we break our promise? The youngest son of the Qin family said timidly, we didn't kill Luo Xianxian. We just hit her lightly and kicked her out of the house. She didn't want to live. She didn't even find a place to hide in the snow. How can we be blamed for that? We didn't kill anyone. Even if you're an immortal, you can't just blame us like that. His words were extremely sharp. According to the law, the Qin family had not done anything that was out of line. Even if Chu Wanning sent them to the court, the Yamen would at most blame the Qin family for being fickle and untrustworthy, but they would not be able to convict any of them. I didn't kill Bo Rin, but Bo Rin died because of me. You guys are really innocent. Chu Wanning's hand that was holding on to Lu Tong was trembling slightly because of her anger. Chen Yuanwei was old and cunning. He had recovered from the initial panic. He was worried that Chu Wanning would leave them alone before the evil ghosts were completely eliminated. But on second thought, this fierce Taoist was sent by the peak of life and death. The peak of life and death was the biggest sect in the lower cultivation world. Since they had accepted the commission, the Taoist must complete the task. This was a well-known fact in the world. After thinking this through, he was not so scared anymore. He held his hoof, which had a small cut, and cried until his nose was full of snot and tears. Clean it? Our Qin family has never done anything evil. We didn't kill anyone or set a fire. Luo Xianxian didn't want to live. How can you blame us for it? If you don't get rid of this evil ghost today, I'll report you to the peak of life and death. How can you be like this? You take people's money, and you have to eliminate them. You don't even understand this, and you... Before he finished, Chu Wanning took his money bag and threw it in front of Chen Yuanwei without blinking. The sect took your money, and I'll return it to you today. As for the report, you can report it if you want. Tianwen's light shone, and the willow leaves were like knives. Chen Yuanwei was caught off guard. He screamed and ran away with his hands covering his head. In a panic, he even pulled his little daughter to block the willow vines for him. Fortunately, Chu Wanning was used to slapping people, and Tianwen was one with his mind. He immediately stopped and avoided the little daughter of the Qin family. Then he turned around and slashed horizontally at Chen Yuanwei's face. In an instant, blood splashed everywhere and screams shook the sky. Chen Yuanwei didn't expect that Chu Wanning didn't fall for his trick at all. His previous aggressive manner turned into a pile of mud. He ran away in fear and shouted, "Stop! Stop fighting! Taoist! What I said was all nonsense. It was nonsense. Taoist, please spare my life. Oh, please, I'm old. I can't stand it anymore. Taoist, please be merciful. It's our Chun family's fault. It's our Chun family's fault." How could Chu Wanning listen to him? He choked on his anger. His phoenix eyes flashed fiercely as he danced with the heaven's will, leaving after images everywhere. He beat Lord Chun until he was rolling on the ground in pain. His tears and snot flowed freely. Mo Ran, who was standing at the door, was stunned. This was the first time he had seen Chu Wanning use Heaven's Inquisition to beat ordinary people. Moreover, she did not hold back at all. Her posture was as if she was beating livestock. She swung the vine so hard that it almost turned into a shadow. How could this be? The client actually hit the client. Regardless of whether it was in the upper cultivation world or the lower cultivation world, this matter was enough to sweep that immortal's reputation to the ground. No matter how fierce Chu Wanning's temper was, no matter how impulsive she was, she wouldn't make such a big mistake, right? This was even more serious than his crime of theft and sexual intercourse. Shirmei was also scared pale. He pulled Mo Ran and said, "Quick, go and stop Shizun." Mo Ran handed the unconscious Jin Yaoshi, who was the daughter of the Yao family, to Shirmei. He went forward and grabbed Chu Wanning's wrist. He was shocked and anxious. "Shizun, what are you doing?" Chu Wanning was angry. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Let go." "Shizun, you're breaking the commandments. Do I need you to say that? Do you think I don't know the 750 commandments of the peak of life and death better than you? Let go." Mo Ran raised his voice. "Then why are you hitting him?" Chu Wanning didn't want to waste time with him. He suddenly swung his sleeve and whipped Chen Yuanwei with another vine. "Shizun!" Chu Wanning shouted angrily in a low voice, "Get lost." Seeing this, Chen Yuanwei felt that Mo Ran was handsome and amiable. He must be a good person. He quickly crawled over and hid behind Mo Ran. He grabbed Mo Ran's sleeve and said, "Taoist priest, please talk to your Shizun. I'm an old man. Even if I did something wrong, I can't take this kind of beating." Who would have thought that when Mo Ran turned his head, he would see his face full of tears and snot? This guy did not pity him at all. Instead, he felt disgusted. He quickly moved away and said with disdain, "Don't touch me." Seeing that this person was unreliable, Lord Qin's gaze shifted to Shirmei, who was helping Qin Yaoshi sit down on the armchair. He held on to his last ray of hope and crawled over to Shirmei. As he crawled, he cried loudly, Taoist priest, please have mercy. I know I did something wrong. It's my fault. I beg you, please help me talk to your Shizun. I know I did something wrong. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Just don't hit me anymore. I'm old. My body can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, he cried sadly. He wanted to live, so naturally, he was very sincere. He crawled over to Shirmei and reached out to grab Shirmei's sleeve. Shirmei saw how pitiful he was and looked up at Chu wanting Shizun. Since the old man knows he did something wrong, please be merciful and let him go. Chu wanting said, Get out of my way. Shirmei, Chu wanting said sternly, You still won't move? Shirmei was so scared that he trembled and moved out of the way. With a whoosh, the heaven's wrath cut through the air and went straight for Chen Yuanwai's head. Chen Yuanwai covered his head with his hands and screamed at the top of his lungs. His scream was so shrill that Shirmei, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but move back and block the heaven's wrath for Chen Yuanwai. Swoosh! Shirmei dodged too quickly. Chu wanting wanted to stop, but it was too late. Blood splattered everywhere. Shirmei's body was very weak. After being hit by the heaven's wrath, he suddenly knelt on the ground and covered his fair and tender cheek. The blood couldn't stop flowing and flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Chapter 24. For a moment, no one in the hall spoke. Only the sound of Minister Qin's sobbing could be heard. Shirmei lowered his head and covered his cheek. When he looked up at Chu wanting, his eyes were full of sincerity. Shizun, please don't hit me anymore. If you continue to hit me like this, I will be the one to bear the responsibility. Mo Ran was scared out of his wits. Although he was a bastard, he was stubborn and infatuated with Shirmei. In this life, he swore to himself that he would cherish and protect Shirmei. But in just a few days, Shirmei was seriously injured by the willow vines. What the hell was going on? He didn't have time to settle accounts with Chu wanting. He hurried to Shirmei's side and checked the wound on his face. Shirmei said softly, I'm fine. Let me see. I'm really fine. Even though he resisted, Mo Ran pulled down his hand that was covering the wound. His pupils suddenly shrank. There was a deep and hideous wound. His skin and flesh were exposed. Blood kept flowing out until it reached his neck. Mo Ran's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He bit his lip and stared for a long time. Suddenly, he turned to Chu wanting and shouted angrily, Are you done? Chu wanting's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything. He didn't apologize and didn't come forward. He stood straight in the same place, still holding Heaven's Inquisition in his hand. Mo Ran seemed to have countless demons and monsters crazily gathering in his heart. Who could bear to see his sweetheart who died once in his previous life being wronged again and again? He and Chu wanting just stared at each other like that. Neither of them gave in. Neither of them gave in. Mo Ran's eyes gradually became bloodshot. He hated Chu wanting for so many years. So why did this man in front of him always go against him? When he first entered the sect, Chu wanting beat him to death when he did something wrong. Later on, when Shirmei was injured, Chu wanting, who only had 3 apprentices in his life, stood aside and refused to help. Later on, Shirmei died and the Life-Death Summit was destroyed. Mo Weiyu became the unparalleled overlord of the cultivation world. Who in the mortal world would not submit to him? Chu wanting was the only one who stood against him, destroying his great cause and stabbing his conscience. Chu wanting constantly reminded him that no matter how powerful the Emperor Ta was, he was just a lunatic who had been betrayed by his friends and family. Chu wanting, in life and in death, it had always been him. The two of them were still wearing matching auspicious clothes. Red clothes against red clothes, standing far away. There seemed to be a deep ravine between them that could not be filled. In the end, Chu wanting withdrew his Heaven's Inquisition. Chen Yuanwai was greatly relieved. He knelt in front of Shirmei and kept kowtowing. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva, immortal, you are a living Bodhisattva who saves people. Thank you, immortal, for saving my family. Thank you, immortal, thank you. It was always like this. He was the one who put down the evil spirit, but he was also the one who whipped the poisonous chili willow vine. Chu wanting did his job and broke the strict rules. In the end, the Bodhisattva was someone else, and he was the bad guy. It was always like this. He had a bad temper, and he admitted it. He did not regret it. It was just that he missed the vine whip and whipped his apprentice. He was still upset, but he was shy and did not want to say anything gently. He walked on his own and came to the little girl of the Qin family. When the little girl saw him, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fright, trembling. She was the only one in the Qin family who was kind. Chu Wanning said softly, "Your mother was possessed by an evil spirit and lost more than 20 years of her life. If she still does not repent and has evil thoughts, she will be haunted by Yin Qi in the future. I am afraid that she will die even earlier. When she wakes up, ask her to use mahogany to make a memorial tablet for Miss Luo. The tablet must acknowledge Miss Luo's identity. Luo Xianxian is Chen Bohuan's legal wife. You have hidden the truth for many years, so you should also announce it and fulfill her lifelong wish." After a pause, he passed a letter and said, "In addition, your family must kneel 3 times a day and kowtow 9 times and recite the deliverance spell. Only then can you release Miss Luo and send away the evil spirit that haunts your family. This spell needs to be recited for 10 years without stopping. If it is stopped halfway, Miss Luo will still come back for revenge." The little girl said in a trembling voice. "Yes, thank you, Taoist priest." Chu Wanning suddenly turned around. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. She glanced at the youngest son of the Qin family and Lord Qian and sternly said, "When Qin Yaoshi wakes up, the 2 of you must tell her everything you have hidden. She can decide whether to stay or leave. If you hide anything, I will cut off your tongues." The 2 of them were cowards. They did not dare to say no. They kowtowed and promised. "As for the 100 butterfly powder, this was made by Luo Shusheng, but you shamelessly said that it was your own recipe. You know what to do. I don't need to say more." Chu Wanning said and flicked his sleeves. We will go to the shop and tell the villagers that this powder is Mr. Luo's." After everything was arranged, Chu Wanning asked Immerse ran to help Qin Yaoshi back to her room. He then gave her a blood transfusion to detoxify her. Immerse Ran was full of hatred, but he knew that when he was young, he respected his master more than he disobeyed him. So he did not say anything. He held Shermei's hand and whispered, "Go take a look at your face and stop the bleeding. I will help her to her room." In the Qin family's eldest son's room, there was still a big red double happiness sign. In the chaos, he forgot to take it down. Now that Qin Bohuan had been turned into powder, it was ironic. Chen Yaoshi had become the victim of greed in this ridiculous farce. Who knows what choice she will make when she wakes up? Her body is not as strong as Shermei's. She is still a normal person. Chu Wanning quietly gave her a blood transfusion and fed her a pill. During this process, Immerse Ran was at the side serving her water and a handkerchief. The 2 did not speak, nor did they look at each other. When they left, Chu Wanning inadvertently glanced at the wall. His eyes moved, but he suddenly realized something. He turned back and stared at the words hanging on the wall. It was a few lines of regular script. The ink was not long ago. The edges of the paper were not yellowed. What was written was, red hand, yellow vine wine, the city full of spring, palace walls willow. The east wind is evil, love is thin. A cup of melancholy, years of separation. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Spring is the same as before. The person is empty and thin. The tear stains are red and transparent. Peach blossoms fall. Leisure Pond Pavilion. Although the Mountain Alliance is there, the brocade book is difficult to hold. Immerse Chu Wanning's heart suddenly felt stifled. The regular script was written neatly and properly. The 3 words Chen Bohuan were incomparably glaring. The young Master Chun who married the daughter of the Yao family against his will. The sorrow in his heart was indescribable. In the last days of his life, he could only stand by the window and copy the poem, Hairpin Phoenix. He did not want to stay in the Chun residence any longer. He endured the pain in his shoulder and turned to leave. Chu Wanning and Shermei were both injured, so they could not immediately ride their horses back to the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning especially did not like to ride his sword, so he went to find an inn in town to rest. The next day, he could also go to the Ghost Master Temple to see how the funeral was going. Although those ghostly corpses were crushed into powder by Chu Wanning's wind, the only thing that was destroyed was the corpses controlled by the Ghost Master Temple. Their souls were not damaged. It would be good to stay for a few more days to see if there were any fish that escaped the net. Chu Wanning silently walked in front, while his 2 disciples followed behind him. Shermei suddenly thought of something and asked, "Immerse Ran, The clothes that you and Shizun are wearing. What is going on? Mo Ran was stunned. Only then did he remember that he and Chu Wanning were still wearing the wedding robes. He was afraid that Mei would misunderstand, so he quickly took them off. This is actually the illusion from before. Don't think too much. Halfway through his words, he looked again and suddenly found that because Mei also participated in the Ghost Master's ghost marriage, he was also wearing a robe, but the style was not the same as theirs. In addition, it was worn and tattered, so it was hard to see its original appearance. But in any case, it was still a wedding robe. Standing side by side with Mei, he could also imagine holding Mei's hand, bowing to heaven and earth in the Ghost Master Temple's illusion, and drinking wine. For a moment, he could not bear to take them off. He could only stare blankly at Mei. Mei warmly said with a smile, "What's wrong? You didn't say anything." Mo Ran muttered, "Nothing." Chu Wanning was a few steps away in front of them. It was unknown how much of their conversation he had heard, but at this time he stopped and turned around. The first glimmer of dawn had already appeared in the sky. After a night of ups and downs, the twilight faded away, and a glimmer of dawn suddenly appeared on the horizon. The bright red rising sun was like a broken and bleeding heart, struggling out of the abyss of the dark night, revealing a touch of gorgeous splendor. Chu Wanning stood against the light, standing at the end of the long night that was getting brighter and brighter, standing in the midst of the rising sun that filled the sky. His wedding robes were as red as blood, standing sideways. The rising sun painted a blurry golden line on the side of his face, making it impossible to see the expression on his face. Suddenly, with a burst of spiritual power, the wedding robes were shattered by a strong force. The fine red cloth was like the red petals of a fallen begonia flower, suddenly blown by the wind, scattering everywhere. The wedding robes were torn, revealing the white robes underneath, billowing in the wind, together with his ink-black hair, the blood on his shoulder, the tattered robes in the wind. The mottled bloodstains from protecting Mo Ran were particularly bright and dazzling on the white robes. After a long time, Chu Wanning laughed coldly, rather mockingly. Mo Weiyu, between you and me, what is there to be misunderstood? When he was angry, he would call Mo Ran Mo Weiyu, cold and polite, not emitting any heat. Mo Ran was caught off guard and was rendered speechless by his words. Chu Wanning finished laughing, flicked his sleeves, and left. At this time, there was no one around. He walked alone in front, as if the world was hazy and he was the only one. As soon as he arrived at the inn and closed the door behind him, he could no longer hold back his mocking expression. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth, a painful expression on his face, and raised his hand to touch his shoulder. The Ghost Master's claws were of the immortal body, not to be outdone by Heaven's Inquisition. They were both extremely powerful weapons. His entire shoulder was torn, but because he was in a hurry to kill the evil, he did not treat it in time. At this time, it was already infected and festering. The pain was unbearable. Standing in the room and taking a breath, Chu Wanning wanted to take off the robes on his body, but the blood on his shoulder had already coagulated. The robes and flesh stuck together. It was very painful when he pulled. Next door was Mo Ran's room. This inn's soundproofing was not good. He did not want to let people know. Biting his lips, he actually tore off the robes stuck to his flesh. Ugh! After a muffled groan, Chu Wanning slowly opened his mouth. His lips and teeth were full of blood. He gasped for breath. There was no color on his face, cold sweat all over. Lowering his slender and thick eyelashes, he trembled slightly, looking at his injury. Fortunately, it was still manageable. He held the table and slowly sat down. Enduring the pain, he asked the waiter to bring him water and a handkerchief. He used his uninjured hand to wipe his wound bit by bit. The sharp knife cut in, cutting off the rotten flesh. Then, he applied the wound medicine made by Madame Wang. Then, slowly, with difficulty, he wrapped himself in gauze. He was not used to showing weakness in front of others. He had experienced this kind of pain many times, and each time, he endured it alone. If animals were injured, they would hide and lick their wounds. Sometimes, he felt that he was the same as those animals. In the future, he would probably continue to be alone like this. He knew that he was not likable, so he did not want to ask for help from others pitifully. He had his inexplicable stubborn dignity. But when he took off his clothes, a brocade pouch fell on the floor. Red satin embroidery. He slowly opened it with his trembling fingers. Inside were 2 tangled strands of black hair. It was his and Immerse. Chu Wanning was absent-minded for a moment. He wanted to put the brocade pouch in front of the candlelight and burn it together with the ridiculous knot of hair. But in the end, he could not do it. Tied hair as husband and wife, loving each other without doubt. The soft laughter of the golden boy and girl seemed to ring in his ears again. He knew that there was some kind of throbbing in the depths of his heart, and because of this, he hated himself even more. He held the soft brocade pouch tightly in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. He could not accept the thoughts he always had for Immerse. He wished that he could dig out his own heart, cut off those dirty thoughts, and throw them away. What did he do? Immerse. Was he someone he should be thinking about? How could he be someone's master like that? He was worse than a beast. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chu Wanning, who was condemning himself, was startled. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly put the brocade pouch in his wide sleeve. He pulled a handsome face and said unhappily, "Who is it?" "Shizun, it's me." Immerse's voice came from outside, making Chu Wanning's heart beat faster. "Open the door." Chapter 25. Chu Wanning's words were stuck in his throat. He was silent for a long time with a gloomy face. In the end, he slowly changed his words to, "Get in here." "Huh, you didn't lock the door?" They had been in a cold war for an entire day. At this moment, Immerse was determined to make up with him. He pushed the door open and walked in as if nothing had happened. Chu Wanning sat at the table with an expressionless face. He raised his eyelids and glanced at him indifferently. In all fairness, Immerse was very good-looking. The moment he walked in, the whole room lit up. He was indeed very young. His skin was tight and seemed to emit a faint glow. The curve of his mouth was naturally slightly curly. Even when he was emotionless, he seemed to be smiling. Chu Wanning calmly shifted her gaze away from Immerse. Her long eyelashes drooped as she extinguished a stick of incense on the table. Then, she asked coldly, "What's the matter? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to take a look at your wounds." Immerse lightly coughed a few times. His gaze fell on Chu Wanning's shoulder, and he was slightly stunned. "It's already changed?" Chu Wanning said indifferently, "Yes." Immerse was speechless. He did bear a grudge against Chu Wanning and was also angry that Chu Wanning had injured Shizun. But after calming down, Immerse wasn't completely heartless. Hatred was hatred, but he didn't forget how Chu Wanning's shoulder was injured. In that suffocating coffin, it was Chu Wanning who was tightly hugging himself. He used his own body to block the sharp claws of the Ghost Master. He was in so much pain that his entire body was trembling, but he didn't let go. Immerse loathed Chu Wanning. However, other than disgust, for some reason, there were also some very complicated emotions mixed in. He was a boorish person. He didn't study when he was young. Although he learned some literature later on, he still couldn't understand many delicate things, especially when it came to relationships. For example, regarding Chu Wanning, Immerse scratched his head and pondered for a long time. The back of his head was about to go bald, but he still couldn't figure out what this feeling was. He could only recognize one emotion, like, dislike, hatred, pleasure, displeasure. If he mixed all these emotions together, the wise and mighty Emperor Ta would see stars and become completely dizzy. "I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know. Help, my head hurts." Therefore, Immerse was too lazy to think about it anymore. After all, he didn't have the time to study anyone other than Shizun. In his heart, he secretly recorded a bad debt with Chu Wanning. On the one hand, he secretly planned that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely pay back double. On the other hand, he felt guilty and conflicted. In the end, he still knocked on Chu Wanning's door. He didn't want to owe Chu Wanning anything. But this person, Chu Wanning, was even more stubborn and ruthless than he thought. Immerse stared at the pile of blood-stained cotton gauze on the table The basin full of hot water dyed red with blood, and the sharp knife carelessly thrown to the side. There was still flesh hanging from the tip of the knife. His head grew big. How did this person manage to heal himself? Was he really able to cut open the wound without batting an eyelid? Just imagining that scene made his scalp go numb. Was this guy still human? When he thought about how he had just cleaned up Shermay's wounds, Shermay was in so much pain that he softly groaned and had tears in the corners of his eyes. Even if Imo Ran didn't like Chu Wanning, he couldn't help but to repeatedly bow to him in his heart. Elder Yu Hung really was a domineering and pure man. He was convinced. After standing in place for a while, Imo Ran broke the silence. He lightly coughed twice and rubbed the tips of his feet on the floor. He said awkwardly, "Just now at the Chen residence. Shizun, I'm sorry." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Imo Ran secretly glanced at him. "I shouldn't have yelled at you." Chu Wanning still didn't pay attention to him. This person's face was indifferent and expressionless as usual, but he felt wronged in his heart, so he didn't say anything. Imo Ran walked over. When he got closer, he saw that Chu Wanning had wrapped his shoulders in cotton gauze and tied himself up like a crab. Well, a person who didn't even know how to wash clothes, how could he expect him to tie himself up nicely? Imo Ran sighed and said, "Shizun, don't be angry. Which eye of yours saw that I was angry?" Chu Wanning said angrily. Imo Ran. After a while, "Shizun, that's not how you wrap a wound," he rudely retorted. "Do I need you to teach me?" Imo Ran. He raised his hand, wanting to help Chu Wanning untie the gauze and rewrap it. However, after observing his expression, he felt that if he dared to touch him, he would probably get a big slap. He couldn't help but hesitate. He raised his hand and put it down and raised it up again. After repeating this several times, Chu Wanning became angry. He glared at him. "What are you doing? Do you still want to hit me?" He really did want to hit him, but not now. Imo Ran was so angry that he laughed. He didn't care about anything else and suddenly reached out to hold his shoulder. A dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Shizun, I'll help you rebandage it." Chu Wanning originally wanted to refuse, but Imo Ran's warm fingers had already covered his. He suddenly felt that his mouth was dry and he couldn't speak. Thus, his lips moved slightly, but he still let him do as he pleased. The gauze was removed layer by layer, soaking in blood. When it was completely removed, 5 glaring holes could be seen. Just looking at them made one shudder. They were many times more serious than the wounds on Shermay's face. Imo Ran also didn't know why. He stared blankly for a while, then suddenly asked in a soft voice, "Does it hurt?" Chu Wanning lowered his long eyelashes and only lightly said, "It's okay." Imo Ran said, "I'll be a bit gentler." Chu Wanning didn't know what to think, but suddenly his ears turned a bit red. In the end, he got angry at himself and felt that he was really crazy. He didn't know what he was thinking about all day. Thus, his expression became even stiffer and his temper worse. He dryly said, "Up to you." The candlelight in the guest room flickered. Under the dim yellow light, one could see that some places weren't covered with ointment at all. Imo Ran was really speechless. He felt that it was a miracle that Chu Wanning could live to this day healthily. "Shizun, yes? What happened to you at the Chin house today? Why did you suddenly hit people?" While applying the ointment, he asked. Chu Wanning was silent for a while, then said, "I just couldn't stand it." Imo Ran asked, "What made you so angry?" At this time, Chu Wanning didn't want to argue with the younger generation, so he concisely told Imo Ran about Luo Xianxian. After hearing this, Imo Ran shook his head. "You're too stupid. Even if you couldn't stand it, you shouldn't have confronted them directly. If it were me, I would have made up a messy spell and lied to them that the evil spirit had been eliminated. Then I would have patted my ass and left them to fend for themselves. Look at you. For such a rotten person, you made such a fuss. You're not flexible at all. You even accidentally injured Shermay." Halfway through his words, Imo Ran suddenly stopped. His 2 eyes stared at Chu Wanning, and he didn't make a sound. He was very careful with the bandages, and for a moment, he forgot himself. The tone he used to talk to Chu Wanning had unknowingly turned into that of a 32-year-old, impudent and rude. Chu Wanning obviously also noticed. He was looking at Mo ran coldly from the corner of his eyes. His eyes said a familiar sentence. See if I don't beat you to death. Before he could think of a way to deal with it, Chu Wanning had already opened his mouth. He said very coldly, Is Shi Mingjing someone I want to hit? At the mention of Shi Mei, Mo Ran's originally sober mind began to go haywire. His tone also hardened. Weren't you the one who hit that person? Chu Wanning also regretted that slap, but he couldn't keep his face. At this time, his face was sullen and he didn't say a word. Chu Wanning was the stubborn type, and Mo Ran was the infatuated type. When the two people's gazes met, sparks flew. The atmosphere that had just eased up a little was once again irredeemably deadlocked. Mo Ran said, Shi Mei didn't do anything wrong. Shizun, you accidentally hurt him. Don't tell me you're not even willing to say a word of apology? Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you questioning me? I'm not. Mo Ran paused. I just feel bad for him. He was innocently implicated, but he didn't get an apology from Shizun. Under the candlelight, the handsome and youthful youth wrapped the last bandage around Chu Wanning's wound and carefully wrapped it. It still looked like a rather warm scene from a moment ago, but the two people's moods had changed, especially Chu Wanning. It was like a jar of vinegar had exploded in his chest. A sour taste kept surging up, and he was angry and annoyed. Apologize? How do you spell the word apologize? Who's going to teach him? Mo Ran said again. The wound on his face needs at least half a year to heal completely. When I was just applying medicine to him, he told me that he didn't blame you. Shizun, he doesn't blame you. But do you think you're in the right? This sentence was no different from adding oil to the fire. Chu Wanning endured for a while, but in the end, he couldn't. He suppressed his voice and said in a low voice, Get out. Mo Ran. Chu Wanning said angrily, Get out. Mo Ran was thrown out. The door slammed in his face, almost crushing his fingers. Mo Ran was also angry. Look. What kind of person was this? Didn't he just want him to apologize? His face was as precious as gold. How difficult was it for him to say sorry with just a few words? I'm the Emperor Ta, and I'm not stingy with apologizing to others. And he's the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable? Why did he suddenly throw a tantrum? It was as if he had swallowed gunpowder. No wonder no one cared about him, even though he had such a handsome face. Serves him right to be single for life. Since Chu Wanning didn't care about him and gave him the cold shoulder, the high and mighty Emperor Ta wouldn't shamelessly roll on the floor and sleep at the door. Although he was tenacious and stuck to Shi Mei like sticky candy, he stuck to Shi Mei, not Shizun. He left without a care and went to accompany Shi Mei. Why are you back? Shi Mei, who was already lying down to rest, was stunned when she saw Mo Ran come in. She sat up, her long black hair hanging down. How is Shizun? Very good. His temper is as bad as usual. Shi Mei, Mo Ran brought a chair over and sat in the opposite direction. He rested his hand on the back of the chair and smiled lazily. He sized up Shi Mei's long hair. Shi Mei said, Why don't I go and see him? Wow, don't do anything stupid. Mo Ran rolled his eyes. He's fierce. Did you make him angry again? Does he need to be provoked? He can get angry with himself. I think he's made of wood. He'll burn with anger at the slightest provocation. Shi Mei shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mo Ran said, You should rest early. I'll go downstairs and borrow the kitchen to make you some food. Shi Mei said, What are you doing? You haven't slept all night. Why don't you sleep? Haha, I'm in good spirits. Mo Ran laughed. But if you can't bear to leave me, I can stay with you until you fall asleep. Shi Mei hurriedly waved his hand and said gently, No, I can't sleep if you keep looking at me like this. You should go to bed early too. Don't tire yourself out. The smile on Mo Ran's face stiffened. He was a little sad. Although Shi Mei was gentle to him, he always maintained an ambiguous attitude, sometimes far, sometimes close. Although he was clearly close to him, he was like the moon in the mirror, a flower in the water. He could only look at it but could not obtain it. Okay. In the end, he just tried to cheer up and smile. Mo Ran's smile was very bright. When this person wasn't evil, he was actually cute. Call me if you need anything. I'll be next door or downstairs. Okay. Immerse raised his hand and wanted to touch his hair, but in the end, he restrained himself. He turned his hand in the air and scratched his head. I'm leaving. After leaving the room, Immerse couldn't help but sneeze. He sniffed his nose. Because colorful Butterfly Town produced incense, the price of all kinds of incense was not expensive. Therefore, the inn was not stingy. Every room was lit with a long special incense. First, it could ward off evil. Second, it could get rid of humidity. And third, it could make the room fragrant. But Immerse felt uncomfortable when he smelled the incense. But since Shirmei liked it, he endured it. Downstairs, Immerse waddled in front of the innkeeper and gave him a silver ingot. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Innkeeper, do me a favor." The innkeeper looked at the silver ingot and smiled more politely than Immerse. Immortal Sage, what orders do you have? Immerse said. I see that there aren't many people here for breakfast, so I've talked to you. The kitchen will be used by me this morning. I'll have to trouble you to bring the other guests back. How much money could he earn earlier? In half a month, he might not even be able to earn back a single silver ingot. The shopkeeper immediately beamed with joy as he agreed, leading the swaggering Immerse to the inn's kitchen. Immortal Sage, you want to cook? Why don't you let our chef do it? He's very good at cooking. No need. Immerse smiled. Innkeeper, have you heard of Xiangtan's Drunken Jade restaurant? Isn't that the music and dance pavilion that collapsed a year ago? Immerse said, yes. The innkeeper peeked outside and confirmed that his wife was busy and not eavesdropping. He snickered and said, why haven't I heard of it? It's the most famous restaurant by Xiang River. There was a famous musician there. Her name shook the world. It's a pity that it's far away. Otherwise, I'd like to hear her play a song. Immerse smiled. Thank you for the compliment. I'll thank you on her behalf. On her behalf? On her behalf? The innkeeper scratched his head. Do you know her? Immerse said. More than that? Wow. Immortal Sage, I can't tell. But you cultivators can also. Immerse interrupted him with a smile. Apart from music, do you know anything else? It's said that her food is also very good. The corners of Immerse's mouth curled up and his smile became even brighter. He skillfully picked up the kitchen knife and said, before I started cultivating, I worked in the kitchen of Drunken Jade Pavilion for several years. Tell me, is your chef's food better than mine? The innkeeper was even more shocked. He said incoherently, Immortal Sage, you're really. He really didn't know what to say for a long time. Immerse glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. His lips curled into a calm and proud smile. He said lazily, go out, I'm going to cook. The innkeeper didn't know that he was talking to the former master of darkness. He pulled a long face and said, I've heard that Drunken Jade restaurant's desserts are exquisite. I wonder if Immortal Sage can give me some face and let me try some when you're done? He thought that Immerse would definitely agree since his request wasn't high. Who knew that Immerse would squint his eyes and say with an evil smile, you want to eat? You wish. Immerse snorted. His arrogance was obvious. He muttered, do you think I'm the kind of person who would easily cook and serve others? I made this especially for Shirmei. If it weren't for him, I definitely wouldn't start a fire to cook. He took out a radish and started to cut it while muttering. The innkeeper was deflated. He rubbed his hands awkwardly and stood there. He smiled for a while and then left. He was also muttering in his heart. Me? He's so young. He probably hasn't even formed his spirit core yet. He kept muttering, junior sister. But there wasn't a female Taoist among the people who came with him today. The innkeeper rolled his eyes. He knew that this person was sick, and very sick. Immerse busied himself in the kitchen for a while. He stayed for a full 4 hours. When it was almost noon, he finally finished. He excitedly ran upstairs to wake Shirmei up. When he passed by Chu Wanning's room, he slowly stopped. Should I ask him to eat with me? Thinking of Chu Wanning's bad temper, Immerse curled his lips and looked at him with disdain. I won't ask. There's only so much food. I don't want to eat with him. Chapter 26. As the sun rose, More and more people came to the inn to have a meal. Mo Ran felt that it was too noisy downstairs, so he asked the waiter to send the dishes to his room. In the end, he invited Chu Wanning. After all, his teacher was the most senior. He was not the emperor of the human realm, so he still had to follow the rules. There were 3 bowls of steaming hot noodle soup on the square beach table. The noodles were made by himself and were different from the ones bought outside. They were chewy and smooth. On top of the noodles were thick slices of beef, oily fat intestines, fresh and tender pea sprouts, plump green vegetables, and golden shredded eggs. The color was bright and attractive. However, the most outstanding part of the 3 bowls of noodles was not the water leaves, the big pieces of meat, or the luxurious ingredients. Instead, it was the bone broth that had been simmered for 4 hours. It was poured into the bowls of noodles. The milky white broth had sesame red oil floating on it. Mo Ran took a stone bowl and ground a spicy and fresh seasoning. He boiled it in the broth, which was fragrant and full of flavor. He thought that Shirmei liked to eat spicy food, so he put a lot of red oil and chili oil in the bowl. Seeing that Shirmei was engrossed in eating, Mo Ran's smile became more and more relaxed. He stole a few glances and could not help but ask, "Is it delicious?" Shirmei said, "It's very delicious." Chu Wanning did not speak. He still had a gloomy expression, as if God owed him 100 mountains of gold and silver. Mo Ran showed a proud expression. "Then when you want to eat, tell me and I'll make it." Shirmei's eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist because of the spiciness. He looked up at Mo Ran with a smile. There was gentleness between his eyebrows. In front of a beauty, Mo Ran was not sure whether he should eat Shirmei or eat the noodles in the bowl, if it was not for Chu Wanning sitting next to him. Shirmei did not eat much of the pea sprouts and intestines, but he soon finished the beef and vegetables. Mo Ran, who had been quietly observing from the side, reached out with his chopsticks and put the bean sprouts and pig intestines into his bowl. He also picked up a few pieces of beef from his bowl to fill the empty space. The disciples of Life and Death's Summit all ate at the Mingpa lobby and would often swap dishes with each other. Thus, Shirmei did not find it strange. He smiled and said, "Mo Ran doesn't eat beef?" "Yes, I love eating pea sprouts." After saying that, he buried his head and started snoring. The tips of her ears were slightly red. Chu Wanning expressionlessly picked up the bean sprouts in his bowl with his chopsticks and threw them all into Mo Ran's bowl. "I don't eat bean sprouts." Then, he threw all the beef in his bowl to Shirmei. "I don't eat beef either." Then, he frowned and stared at the remaining things in the bowl. He pursed his lips and remained silent. Shirmei asked cautiously, "Master, is it not to your liking?" Chu Wanning, he did not answer. Instead, he lowered his head and silently picked up a piece of vegetable. After taking a small bite, his expression became even uglier. With a pa sound, he put down his chopsticks. "Mo Wayu, did you spill the jar of chili sauce in the soup?" Mo Ran did not expect that the breakfast he had painstakingly made would be reprimanded like this. He was stunned and raised his head. There was still a strand of noodles hanging from the corner of his mouth. He blinked innocently at Chu Wanning. He could not believe his ears. Thus, he slurped down the noodles and said, "What?" Chu Wanning did not give him any face this time. "Is this something that humans eat? How can humans eat this?" Mo Ran blinked a few more times. He was finally sure that this guy Chu Wanning was scolding him. He said indignantly, "How is it not for humans to eat?" Chu Wanning's eyebrows twitched. He said sternly, "It's really hard to swallow." Mo Ran choked. In any case, he had secretly learned this skill from the Drunken Jade Pavilion. "Master, you're too picky." Shirmei also said, "Master, you haven't eaten for a day. Even if you don't like it, you should at least eat some." Chu Wanning stood up and said coldly, "I don't eat spicy food." He turned and left. The 2 people left at the table fell into an awkward silence. Shirmei was a little surprised. "Master doesn't eat spicy food? How come I didn't know?" Mo Ran, you didn't know either? Mo Ran looked at the noodles Chu Wanning left on the table. He did not eat a single bite. After a while, he nodded. I don't know." This was a lie. Mo Ran knew that Chu Wanning did not eat spicy food, but he had forgotten. After all, He had been entangled with this person for most of his life. He knew what Chu Wanning liked to eat and what he did not. But he did not care, so he did not remember. Returning to his room alone, Chu Wanning lay down with his clothes on. He faced the wall. His eyes were open, but he could not sleep. He had lost a lot of blood and used a lot of spiritual power. He had not eaten a single grain of rice in the morning. In fact, his stomach had been empty for a long time. It was very uncomfortable. This person did not know how to take care of himself. When he was in a bad mood, he simply did not eat. It was as if he thought that being angry would fill his stomach. He did not know what he was angry about. Or rather, he did not want to know. But in the silence, a face appeared vaguely in front of him. It was smiling brightly. The corners of the mouth were slightly curled. A pair of eyes were black and shining. They were a somewhat gentle deep purple. It looked warm and a little lazy. Chu Wanning clutched the mattress tightly because she was using too much force. His knuckles were slightly white. He was not willing to fall into this. He closed his eyes, wanting to get rid of this smiling face. But after he closed his eyes, the past became more and more turbulent. Like a tide, it surged into his heart. The first time he saw Mo Ran was in front of the Tong Tian Tower at the peak of life and death. That day, the sun was shining brightly. All 20 elders were gathered together and were whispering to each other. Elder Yu Hong was naturally an exception. He was not so stupid as to be willing to stand there and bask in the sun. Instead, he had long hidden under a flowering tree. He absent-mindedly raised his finger and looked at his newly made black iron nail cover to see if it could be extended and retracted freely. Of course, he did not need to use a nail cover. This bent iron nail cover was specially made for the low-level disciples at the peak of life and death. The lower cultivation world was adjacent to the ghost world. It was often dangerous. It was not rare for low-level disciples to be injured and lose their lives. Chu Wanning saw this. Although he did not say anything, he had been thinking hard about a solution. He wanted to make a light and flexible weapon that was easy to use. The others were discussing enthusiastically at the side. Did you hear? The High Lord's long-lost nephew was saved from the sea of fire. Everyone else in the building that caught fire died. If the Lord was a step later, I'm afraid that little nephew would have turned into ashes. He's really lucky. It must be his father who is secretly protecting him. It's a pity that he was separated from when he was young and suffered so much. Sigh. That child is called Mo Ran? He's about 15 years old, right? It's time for him to choose a name. Does he have a name? Elder Xuanji, you don't know. This child grew up in a brothel. It's good enough that he has a name. How can he have a name? I heard that the Lord wrote a few words for him and is choosing. I don't know which one he will choose in the end. The Lord really values little nephew. Isn't that so? Not to mention the Lord. Even the madam feels sorry for him. Heh, I think the only one who is not happy at the peak of life and death is probably our God's favored one, Elder Tanlang. You can't say that. Haha, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. However, our God's favored one is arrogant because of his talent. He doesn't respect his elders and spends his days fighting cocks and running dogs as if he was born rich. He's indeed out of control. Elder Tanlang, you drank a little too much today. The people beside him kept giving him looks. They pointed their chin at Chu Wanning, who was standing in the distance. Their meaning couldn't be more obvious. The God's favored one, Xue Ming, was Chu Wanning's disciple. Saying that Xue Ming was out of control was equivalent to mocking Chu Wanning for not teaching well. This Elder Yu Hong, don't be fooled by his usual leisurely and otherworldly demeanor. It was as if he was above the world and had the style of an expert. However, everyone knew that his temper was extremely bad. If anyone accidentally touched his reverse scale, then they should wash their neck clean and wait to be beaten to death. Chu Wanning had heard their words long ago. However, he was too lazy to care. He was probably less interested in how others evaluated him than the patterns on his fingernails. Speaking of which, this set of armor was good, but its durability was not high enough. If he encountered a thick-skinned demon, he might not be able to tear through their flesh in one strike. If he added some dragon bone powder when he returned, the effect should be better. When the elders saw that Chu Wanning had no reaction, They let out a sigh of relief and began to discuss in low voices. My lord summoned us here today to choose a master for that young master Mo, right? That's strange. Why doesn't the High Lord teach it himself? It seems that the little nephew's bone structure is not suitable for practicing the supremacy's mental cultivation method, someone muttered. But that's not to the extent of gathering all the elders and letting the young master pick one by one, right? Elder Lutsuin sighed gloomily. Flipping his elegant and smooth long hair, he complained, I feel that I am like a cheap cabbage on the table right now, waiting for young Master Mo to pick. Everyone. So, could this sissy not speak such a big truth without thinking? After waiting for a while, the supremacy finally arrived. He walked up the 1,000 steps and arrived in front of Tong Tian Tower. Behind him was a young man. Chu Wanning only glanced at him casually. Before he could see clearly, he turned his gaze away and continued to study his fingernails. He was too lazy to take a second look. When it came to apprenticeship, one had to talk about how unconventional the peak of life and death was. In other sects, the master would be high and mighty. He would rub the head of a new disciple and say, Young man, I see that you are quite intelligent. From today onwards, you are my disciple. The disciple did not even have the chance to say no, or the master would look at him with cold disdain, waving his sleeves and saying, Young man, your head is too high, your eyes are dull, and the back of your head is rebellious. This is not what my disciple should look like. You are not destined to be my disciple. I will not accept you as my disciple. Then, before the disciple could express himself, the master would fly away on his sword. He ran faster than a dog. The peak of life and death was different. The master and disciple were mutually chosen. What did this mean? There were 20 elders at the peak of life and death. After all the disciples entered the sect, they would be able to sincerely hand in their master's letter after a period of interaction. They would express their desire to follow the elder in cultivation. If the elder accepted, then everyone would be happy. If the elder did not accept, then the disciple could pester them until the elder softened or the disciple gave up. Logically speaking, Chu Wanning's skills were superb and his appearance was handsome. He should have a lot of disciples, and all of them would do anything to become his disciple. But in reality, this was not the case. Chu Wanning's face was handsome, but his temper was so bad that it made one's hair stand on end. It was said that when he was angry, he would beat up female disciples as if they were male disciples and drown them in a pond. Not many people had the courage to worship this kind of master. Thus, Elder Yu Heng's disciples were deserted. Other than the proud son of heaven, Xuemeng, and Xuemeng's good friend, Shimei, he had never accepted anyone. Everyone would rather respectfully call him Zhonglao than affectionately call him Shizun. Chu Wanning said with a cold expression that he was not sad. He lowered his head indifferently and continued to fiddle with the cold mecha weapons. Sleeve arrow boxes, martial law sentry, they were all designed for other people. The earlier they were done, the earlier more people could be spared from suffering. So he did not expect that Mo Ran would choose him without hesitation. At that time, he was frowning and stroking the spikes on his finger gloves, thinking about how to improve them. He did not pay attention to what the High Lord said to everyone. At some point, the surroundings gradually quieted down. After thinking about how to improve the spikes, Chu Wanning suddenly realized that the buzzing around just now seemed a bit too quiet. So he finally moved his gaze away from the finger gloves. With some impatience and inquiry, he raised his eyelids. Then he saw a face. Under the sunlight, it was so bright that it was almost dazzling. It was an elegant and handsome young man who was looking up at him. The young man's mouth was curled up in a lazy, faintly discernible smile. The dimples on his cheeks were deep, and he had the air of a common man, but also a little pure. A pair of black eyes with hints of purple were staring at him without blinking. They were half eager and half curious. He was new here and did not know the rules. The distance between them was so close that it could almost be called rude. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. Chu Wanning was shocked. As if he was scalded, he subconsciously took a step back. With a bang, his head hit the trunk of a tree. The young man widened his eyes slightly. Ah, Chu Wanning, the young man. Chu Wanning, what are you doing? The young man laughed. Immortal Master, I've been looking at you for a long time. Why are you ignoring me? Chapter 27. Chu Wanning had completely fainted. He could only blame himself for being too engrossed and not being on guard at the peak of life and death. He didn't even notice that someone was approaching. What's going on? Where did this kid come from? Ah, it seems to be that Emo something. Emo something? Emo cooked? Emo cooked? Emo fish? He adjusted his expression and skillfully controlled his expression to keep people away state. The surprise and panic in his eyes were quickly swept away by him and replaced with his usual sharp and harsh expression. Just as he was about to reprimand him out of habit, his hand was suddenly caught. Chu Wanning was stunned. In all his life, no one had ever dared to grab his wrist casually. For a moment, his face turned black and he froze in place, not knowing what to do. Take it out and give him a slap? With the word molester, he was no different from a girl. Then take it out and not give him a slap? Wasn't he a little too easy to talk to? Chu Wanning hesitated for a long time and didn't move. The youth laughed. What's that on your hand? It's quite pretty. Can you teach me how to do this? They have already introduced themselves, but you haven't said anything. Which elder are you? Hey, did your head hurt when you bumped into it? With so many questions thrown at him, Chu Wanning felt that his head didn't hurt before, but now it did. His head was about to split open. He was irritated and the golden light in his hand slightly floated. Seeing that Heaven's Inquisition was about to answer the call, the other elders were all shocked. Was Chu Wanning crazy? He dared to slap this young Master Emo? His hand was suddenly caught by Emo Ran. Now that both of his hands were in the hands of the young man, Emo Ran didn't seem to notice the danger. He pulled the young man and stood in front of him. He looked up and said with a smile, My name is Emo Ran. I don't know anyone here, but I like you the most just by looking at your face. Why don't I worship you as my teacher? This result was completely unexpected. The surrounding people were even more horrified. A few of the elders' faces looked like they were about to crack. Elder Xuanji. Elder Pujuan. Wow. Elder 7 Kills. Oh? Disciplinary Elder. Elder Tanlang. Ha, what a joke. Elder Lutsuin was the most feminine. His hair was curly, and his eyes were like peach blossoms. Aya, this young master is so bold. He's truly a young hero. He even dares to touch Elder Yuheng's butt. Please, can you not make it sound so disgusting? 7 Kills said in disdain. Lutsuin rolled his eyes gracefully and snorted. Then I'll put it in a more refined manner. You're truly a young hero. You even dared to touch Elder Yuheng's butt. 7 Kills. Just kill him. Among all the elders, the most popular one was the gentle Elder Xuanji. It was easy for him to learn magic, and he was a gentleman himself. Most of the disciples at the peak of life and death were under his tutelage. Chu Wanning originally thought that Emo Ran would be no exception. Even if he wasn't Xuanji, he should be the lively Pajuan. After all, it would be anyone's turn but not his. However, Emo Ran was standing so close to him, and his face was filled with a kind of affection that was unfamiliar to him. He was like a clown who was suddenly chosen, and he was flustered for no reason. Chu Wanning only knew how to deal with awe, fear, and disgust. As for affection, it was too difficult. He didn't even think about it, and immediately rejected Emo Ran. The young man was stunned. Under his long eyelashes, there was a hint of loneliness and unwillingness in his eyes. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he unreasonably whispered, Anyway, it's you, Chu Wanning. The Great Lord was watching from the side. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, Emo Ran, do you know who he is? He didn't tell me. How would I know who he is? Haha, since you don't know who he is, why do you want him? Emo Ran was still holding Chu Wanning's hand. He turned his head and said to the Great Lord with a smile, because he looks the most gentle and easy to talk to. In the darkness, Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes. He felt dizzy. What the hell? He didn't know what was wrong with Emo Ran's eyes at that time. He actually thought that he was gentle. Not only him, but the entire peak of life and death knew about this. They all looked at Emo Ran with a look at this silly child look. Chu Wanning raised his hand and held his throbbing forehead. His shoulder hurt, his mind was in a mess, his stomach was hungry, and he was dizzy. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to sleep. He lay on the bed in a daze for a while. He sat up and was about to light a stick of incense to calm himself down when suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Imo ran outside again. Chu Wanning. He didn't answer. He didn't say get in or get out. But this time, the door opened by itself. Chu Wanning looked up gloomily. The match in his hand hovered in mid-air. It didn't touch the incense. After a while, it went out. Chu Wanning said, "Get out." Imo Ran rolled in. He was holding a bowl of steaming hot noodles that had just come out of the pot. It was simpler this time. There weren't as many fancy noodles. The pure white noodle soup was sprinkled with chopped green onions and white sesame seeds. There were small pieces of pork ribs, green vegetables, and a slightly brown poached egg. Chu Wanning was very hungry, but his face was still expressionless. He looked at the noodles, then looked at Imo Ran. He turned his face away and didn't say anything. Imo Ran put the noodles on the table and said softly, "I asked the chef in the shop to make another bowl." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes. Sure enough, Imo Ran wouldn't be the one to make it. "Eat some," Imo Ran said. "There's no spicy food in this bowl, no beef, and no bean sprouts." After that, he left and closed the door for Chu Wanning. He felt sorry for Chu Wanning's injury, but that was all he could do. In the room, Chu Wanning leaned against the window. No one knew what he was thinking. He crossed his arms and stared at the bowl of pork rib noodles until the steam from the noodles dissipated. In the end, they became cold and no longer hot. He finally walked over and sat down. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up the cold noodles, and ate slowly. The Chin House evil case was closed. The next day, they picked up the black horse from the post house and returned to the sect along the road they had come from. On the streets, in the restaurants, the people of Rainbow Butterfly Town were all talking about the Chin family. In such a small town, such a scandal broke out. It was enough for the townspeople to talk about for a year. I didn't expect that young Master Chun would marry Miss Luo behind closed doors. Ah, Miss Luo is so pitiful. If you ask me, if the Chin family didn't suddenly become rich, then this wouldn't have happened. Sure enough, men can't have money. Once they have money, they can drown the entire city with bad ideas. A man was unhappy and said, "Young Master Chun didn't do anything bad. This is all his parents' fault. That son of a bitch in the future, his children won't have assholes." Another person said, "The dead are pitiful, but what about the living? Look at Chen Yaoshi, Miss Yao. I think she is the one who has been wronged. That black-hearted old mother of the Chun family lied to her daughter. Tell me, what should she do now?" "Remarry." That person rolled his eyes and sneered. "Remarry? You want to marry?" The bumpkin who was ridiculed grimaced in pain and said, "If that woman in my nest agrees, I'll marry her. Miss Yao is so pretty, I don't mind her being a widow." "Bah, a toad wants to eat swan meat." Imo Ran sat on the back of the horse and pricked up his ears. He was in high spirits as he listened left and right. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Wanning had her eyes closed and her brows furrowed, writing the words "extremely noisy" on her forehead, Imo Ran might have gone over to join in the gossip with the villagers. Riding side by side, they finally left the main city and arrived at the suburbs. Shirmei suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the distance, "Master, look over there." In front of the destroyed temple of the Ghost Master, there was a large group of farmers wearing brown clothes and short robes. They were busy moving bricks and stones. It seemed that they were planning to repair the damaged temple and reconstruct the Ghost Master's golden body. Shirmei said worriedly, "Master, the Ghost Master from before is gone, and they made a new one. Will this one become an immortal again and do evil?" Chu Wanning said, "I don't know. Why don't we go and persuade them?" Chu Wanning said, "The custom of colorful Butterfly Town's ghost marriage has been passed down for generations. How can you persuade them with just a few words? Let's go." As he said that, he rode away, leaving behind a trail of dust. It was already evening when they returned to the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning said to his two disciples in front of the mountain gate, "You two go to the Dan Xian Palace and report what happened. I will go to the discipline court." Imo Ran was puzzled. "Why are you going to the discipline court?" Shirimo, on the other hand, looked very worried. Chu Wanning said expressionlessly, to receive the punishment. Although the emperor was punished the same as the commoners when he broke the law, which emperor would be imprisoned and beheaded after autumn because he killed someone, it was the same in the cultivation world. If the elders broke the law, they would be punished the same as the disciples. In most sects, this was just an empty sentence. In fact, it was the elders who broke the law. It was good enough that they could write a letter of guilt. Which idiot would obediently accept the punishment and be beaten with willow vines or dozens of sticks? Therefore, when the disciplined elder heard Chu Wanning's confession, his face turned green. No, Elder Yu Hong, did you really beat the client? Chu Wanning said lightly, yes. You are too. Chu Wanning looked up and gave him a gloomy look. The disciplined elder shut up. According to the law, this punishment is 200 sticks, 7 days of kneeling in the Yama Palace, and 3 months of confinement. Chu Wanning said, I have nothing to say. I am willing to accept the punishment. The disciplined elder, he looked left and right, then crooked his finger. The door of the discipline court closed with a bang. The surroundings were suddenly silent. Only the two of them stood facing each other. Chu Wanning asked, What do you mean? Well, Elder Yu Hong, it's not like you don't know that things like the discipline court, no matter how strict it is, shouldn't affect you. When this matter is closed, only the heavens, the earth, you and I know. Let's just forget about it. If I beat you and the Lord finds out, won't he be angry with me? Chu Wanning couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He simply said, if I punish others according to the law, I should also punish myself according to the law. As he said this, he knelt in front of the discipline court and faced the plaque. You can punish me. Chapter 28. Elder Yu Heng's punishment for breaking the precepts spread like wildfire. There was no need to wait until the next morning. Almost everyone in the sect knew about it that very night. If a normal person were to receive 200 beatings, they would most likely be beaten to death. Even if they were cultivators, it would be enough to make them suffer. When Xueming heard this, he jumped up. What? Master went to the discipline court? Young Master, you should go and talk to the sect leader. Master was already injured. How could he withstand 200 beatings? Xueming was about to go crazy. My father? No, my father is still in the Treading in Snow Palace. Even if he sent a messenger pigeon, it would take at least the next day to arrive. Why didn't you stop Master? Imo ran and Shirmei glanced at each other. Stop Chu Wanning? Who in this world could stop him? No, I'll go find him now. Xueming anxiously ran toward the discipline court. Before he entered the courtyard, he saw a group of discipline elders' disciples blocking the entrance to the main hall. They were whispering to each other. What are you all standing there for? Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Young Master. Ah, the young Master is here. Make way. The young Master is here. The disciples quickly separated into two sides, making way for Xueming. The doors to the Blue Sky Hall were wide open. Chu Wanning was kneeling inside. His body was straight, and his eyes were closed. The discipline elder held his iron staff and recited the precepts of the peak of life and death. Every time he finished reciting a precept, his iron staff would strike Chu Wanning's back. Our sect's 91st precept. Do not harm the innocent. Do not use immortal techniques on mortals. Do you have any complaints under my staff? No complaints. Our sect's 92nd precept. Do not act rashly. Do you have any complaints under my staff? No complaints. The discipline elder did not dare to be soft. He could only carry out his orders impartially. After more than 90 strikes, Chu Wanning's white robes were completely soaked in blood. Xueming respected Chu Wanning the most. Seeing this, his eyes turned bloodshot. He shouted, Shizun. Chu Wanning turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were still closed, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The disciplinary elder looked at the door and said in a low voice, Elder Yu Hong, the young master is here. I'm not deaf. I heard it. Chu Wanning's mouth was bleeding, but he didn't look up. He's just a kid. Don't bother. The disciplinary elder sighed. Yu Hong, why are you doing this? Who asked my disciple to be so disobedient? Chu Wanning said indifferently, if I don't accept my punishment today, How will I have the face to discipline others in the future? You may continue. Sigh. The disciplinary elder looked at his pale and slender neck that peeked out from the wide collar. It hung down softly like smoke. He couldn't help but say, then at least be gentler. What's the difference between this and deception? Chu Wanning said, don't worry. It's only 200 strikes. I can take it. Elder Yu Hong, discipline, you don't need to say anymore. Continue. The iron staff finally fell again. Xueming's voice was distorted. Disciplinary elder, you still won't fucking stop? What do you think of this young master? You're hitting my Shizun. My Shizun. The disciplinary elder could only brace himself and pretend he didn't hear. Xueming was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damn old man, did you not hear me? This young master orders you to stop. If you dare to hit him again, he stammered for a long time but couldn't think of anything to say. After all, he was only a 15-year-old boy. No matter how blessed by the heavens he was, his strength and experience were far inferior to the elders. He could only force out an unreasonable sentence with a red face. I'll tell my father. Disciplinary elder. Chu Wanning sighed imperceptibly. 97 strikes. 98 strikes. 99 strikes. 100 strikes. His clothes were torn and the blood was glaring. Xueming couldn't hold it in anymore. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He was about to charge in recklessly. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand. A barrier instantly slashed down and blocked the entrance. Xueming was bounced back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Chu Wanning coughed up blood and rolled his eyes. His sharp phoenix eyes glanced sideways. You're making a fool of yourself. Scram. Shizun. Chu Wanning said sternly. When did the young master of the peak of life and death order the disciplinary elder to bend the law? Hurry up and scram. Xueming stared at him. His eyes were wide open, and there seemed to be water droplets swirling inside. Mo Ran rubbed his chin at the side. The corners of his mouth were still curled up. Aya, this is bad. Little Phoenix is going to cry. Hearing this, Xueming suddenly turned around and fiercely glared at Mo Ran. His teary eyes were red, but he forced himself not to let the tears roll down. He didn't complain and didn't talk back. He got up from the ground and lowered his head. He gritted his teeth and brushed the dust off his body. Then, he knelt down in front of the azure sky hall. Shizun, this disciple knows his mistake. Chu Wanning was still being tortured by the iron staff. His back was not bent, but his face was pale and his forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. Xueming stubbornly said, but I won't go. I will accompany Shizun. After saying this, he knelt down and didn't get up. Mo Ran rolled his eyes so hard that he could see the sky. Xueming, Xueziming, a proud son of heaven, but in front of Chu Wanning, he was lowly to the bone. He was a phoenix in front of others, but in front of Shizun, he could become a quail. If he wasn't sure that Xueming didn't like men, Mo Ran would have suspected that this guy had taken a fancy to Chu Wanning. That was why he was so dead set on following him. When Shizun hit him on the left side of his face, this little quail would also shamelessly put his right face forward. I give up. I give up. He was really good at being a lackey. Although he despised him in his heart, his cheeks were sore for some reason. Mo Ran stared at Xueming for a while. The more he stared, the more upset he felt. He felt that he couldn't let him express his loyalty all by himself. Chu Wanning didn't like him to begin with. If Xueming made a scene like this, wouldn't Chu Wanning be even more biased in the future? Thus, he simply knelt down beside Xueming. I will also accompany Shizun. Shimei naturally followed suit and knelt down. The three disciples all knelt outside and waited. When the disciples under the other elders heard the news, they all used various excuses to come to the discipline court to watch the show. Heavens, why is it Elder Yu Hong? I heard that he hit a normal person in a fit of anger. So fierce? Shoo, be quiet. If Elder Yu Hong hears you, he'll beat you. Someone else said, why is young master kneeling? Mo Gongzi is kneeling as well. Mo Ran was handsome and had a sweet mouth. Who knew how many female cultivators had good intentions towards him? At this time, some of them couldn't help but feel pity for him. They whispered, "My heart aches for young Master Imo. What should we do? Should we go and plead for him? Let's not meddle in their affairs. If you dare to go, then go. I'm a coward." Do you still remember that senior sister who was whipped a few hundred times by Elder Yu Hong? After 200 strikes, the barrier was finally removed. Xueming hurriedly got up from the ground and scrambled towards the Azure Heaven Hall. When he got close enough to see Chu Wanning's appearance, he was so angry that he let out an ah. He turned around and grabbed the disciplinary elder's collar. "You damn old man. Can't you hit me a little more gently?" Shueziming. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. His blood-stained lips opened and closed. His hoarse voice was filled with an invisible deterrence. Xueming's knuckles cracked. He suddenly pushed the disciplinary elder and let him go. At this time, Imo Ran also came. He was originally smiling, thinking that the disciplinary elder would definitely take Chu Wanning's identity into consideration and wouldn't hit him too hard. But when he lowered his head and saw Chu Wanning's injuries, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Chu Wanning actually didn't tell the disciplinary elder that his shoulder was injured. Those 200 strikes, more or less, all landed heavily on the old scar on his shoulder. The new wound stacked on top of the old one. Chu Wanning, are you crazy? His pupils shrank. A strong resentment welled up in his heart. Imo Ran didn't know what he was resentful about, or what he was angry about. He only felt a raging fire rising in his stomach, burning his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He was used to Chu Wanning being tortured to death by him, crushing his self-esteem and tarnishing his purity. But Imo Ran couldn't stand that Chu Wanning's injuries were caused by someone else. Probably because he hadn't forgotten the past, Imo Ran subconsciously felt that this person was his. Whether this person was dead or alive, hated or hated, it was all his. He originally didn't care about Chu Wanning being punished. That was because he thought that since Chu Wanning was an elder, the 200 strikes wouldn't be a heavy punishment. At the very least, it would avoid the wound on his shoulder that hadn't healed yet. But Chu Wanning actually didn't say anything. He actually didn't say anything. What was this lunatic being stubborn about? What was he enduring? What was he stubbornly holding on to? His mind was a mess. Imo Ran wanted to raise his hand to help him, but Xueming was one step ahead of him. He held Chu Wanning and helped him up. Imo Ran's hand hung in the air. After a while, he put it down again. He watched as Xueming helped Chu Wanning walk away. He didn't know what to feel. He wanted to follow them, but he wasn't willing to move. What happened in the past was all in the past. Now, Chu Wanning was only his master. Between them, there was no chaos, hatred, or romantic entanglement. He shouldn't have such thoughts. It didn't matter who hit Chu Wanning, who was supported, who was with whom. Even if he was killed, it had nothing to do with him. Shirmei came to his side. "Let's go. We'll go with young master and take a look." "I'm not going. It's enough that Xueming is here. I can't help much. It'll only make things worse if there are more people." Imo Ran's expression didn't change, but his heart was a little confused. He really didn't understand what he was feeling now. Was it hatred? Chapter 29. That night, lying on the bed at the peak of life and death, Imo Ran put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Scenes of the past flashed in front of his eyes. In the end, bit by bit, fragments, they were all Chu Wanning's handsome and somewhat cold face. Actually, Imo Ran never knew what he thought of this person. The first time he saw him, it was under the flowering tree in front of Tong Tian Tower. He was wearing a wide robe with wide sleeves. Of the more than 20 elders, he was the only one who did not wear the extremely coquettish silver-blue profound armor at the peak of life and death. That day, he lowered his head, absent-mindedly thinking about the armor on his hand. Half of his face looked focused and gentle, like a white cat in the golden sun. Imo Ran looked from afar, unable to move his gaze away. He felt that his first impression of Chu Wanning was very good, but he could not endure the coldness, punishment, and harshness that followed. That white cat had sharp teeth and claws, biting him until his body was full of wounds. He was saved by his uncle from the sea of fire, on the verge of death, his life hanging by a thread. Originally, he thought that after coming to the peak of life and death, There would be a master who would treat him with tolerance, who would truly cherish him. However, Chu Wanning did not seem to see his fawning, his efforts. On the contrary, the ferocious whip was fierce. The slightest mistake would cause his skin to split open and his flesh to be mangled. Later, he found out that Chu Wanning looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Bad character, hard to polish. That man in white under the flowering tree, that was how he was evaluated, right? He once thought of Chu Wanning as Jiutian Hanyue, sincerely worshipping and loving him. But in Jiutian Hanyue's heart, what was he, Mo Ran? A disciple that he had no choice but to accept. A lowly person who despised him to the bone. A hooligan who grew up in a restaurant and was tainted with a filthy aura. Although Mo Ran was always laughing and joking, looking like he did not care, he slowly hated Chu Wanning. That hatred contained a strong unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept this. In the past, he had always harbored a growing resentment towards Chu Wanning, trying to get this person's attention, to get this person's praise, to get this person's surprise. During that period of time, if Shirmei had praised him with very good, he would have been overjoyed. However, if Chu Wanning was willing to praise him with not bad, he was willing to die. But Chu Wanning never praised him. No matter how hard he tried, how attentive he was, that cold man always nodded faintly and then turned his face away. Mo Ran was about to go crazy. God knows how much she wanted to pinch Chu Wanning's cheeks and turn him around, forcing him to stare at her, forcing him to swallow the words bad character, difficult to cultivate, back into his stomach. But he could only kneel in front of Chu Wanning, like a stray dog, kowtow and respectfully say, "This disciple will remember Master's teachings." In front of Chu Wanning, Mo Weiyu was lowly to the bone. Even if he was a young master, he was still lowly. He finally understood that a person like Chu Wanning did not like him at all. Later on, he experienced many things. Mo Ran held power at the peak of life and death, and then strove to reach the peak of the cultivation world, becoming an unprecedented overlord. Under his dark subordinates, everyone trembled, everyone was afraid, everyone mentioned his name softly like a mosquito. Who still remembered his stains, who still remembered his lowly background. From then on, there was no more Mo Weiyu in the world, only the Emperor Ta. Emperor Ta. People hated him to the extreme. The heinous Mo Weiyu could not be saved even after 1,000 times of the art of rebirth, could not be reincarnated. Emperor Ta Mo Weiyu, Emperor Ta Mo Weiyu, Emperor Ta. Ta, Xian, Jun. But even if they were afraid, what could they do? At the peak of life and death, there were still loud cheers, thousands of people kneeling in front of the Wu Shan Palace. Densely packed heads kowtowed 3 times to him. Immortal trampling monarch, may you live a long life and never die. He felt very happy, until he noticed Chu Wanning's face in the crowd. At that time, Chu Wanning had already lost his cultivation and was tied under the main hall, becoming a prisoner. Mo Ran was determined to kill him, but he did not want Chu Wanning to leave easily. He restrained Chu Wanning's limbs and cut the blood vessels on Chu Wanning's neck. The wound was not big, and he cast a spell to prevent the wound from clotting. Blood flowed out little by little, and his life was drained away little by little. The sun was hot, and the coronation ceremony had been going on for half a day. Chu Wanning's blood should have been drained. When this person died, Mo Ran would completely cut off his past, so he purposely arranged for Chu Wanning to bleed during his coronation ceremony. When he became the 3 Supremes of the cultivation world, Chu Wanning would become a lifeless corpse. Everything that happened yesterday would disappear like smoke. It was great, but this person was about to die, so why was he still so indifferent? He was so handsome that he was somewhat fickle. His face was pale, but his expression was indifferent. When he looked at the Emperor Ta, there was neither praise nor fear. There was only disgust, disdain, and Mo Ran felt that he must be crazy. Either that, or Chu Wanning had gone mad. There was also a trace of pity. Chu Wanning pitied himself, a person who was about to die, a defeated opponent. He actually pitied a person who had reached the pinnacle of the human realm, an overlord who could call the wind and summon the rain. He actually would. He actually dared. The anger that had accumulated for more than 10 years made Immerse crazy. He was in the Dan Xian Palace, of course, at that time. It was called the Wu Mountain Palace. He suddenly stood up in front of several thousand people, and amidst those people's flattery and praises, his black robe billowed as he walked down the stairs. In front of everyone, he pinched Chu Waning's chin. His face was distorted, and his smile was sweet and ferocious. "Master, today is your disciple's big day. Why are you still unhappy?" The thousands of people were silent in an instant. Chu Waning was neither servile nor overbearing. With a cold expression, he said, "I don't have a disciple like you." Immerse laughed unrestrainedly. His voice was like vultures circling the corridors of the Golden Palace Hall, frightening the wild geese. "Master, you're so heartless. It really makes my heart cold." He laughed and said loudly, "You don't have a disciple like me? Who taught me my mental cultivation method? Who taught me how to fight like this? Who taught me my cruelty and cold-bloodedness? I still have the whip all over my body. Let me ask you, who beat me?" He stopped laughing. His voice suddenly became fierce, and his eyes were cold. "Chu Waning, do you think it's embarrassing to have a disciple like me? Am I cheap in my bones, or the filth in my blood can't be washed away? Let me ask you, Chu Waning, let me ask you, what do you mean by bad character? Hard to cultivate?" In the end, he was also a little crazy. He shouted with a distorted voice, "You've never treated me as a disciple. You've never looked up to me. But I used to. I really treated you as my master. I really respected you. I really loved you. And you treat me like this? Why are you never willing to praise me? Why is it that no matter what I do, I can't get half a good from you?" Chu Waning's whole body shook. His face gradually paled. He opened his phoenix eyes slightly and looked at Immerse like that. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. At the peak of life and death, the only two people who were still in the same place faced each other like that. In this awkward silence, Immerse seemed to have finally calmed down. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was that disgusting smile again. He was smiling, laughing, and making people tremble. He said gently and kindly, "Shizun, didn't you look down on me? Didn't you think I was lowly?" Pausing for a moment, his gaze swept over the heads of the thousands of people. Those people were all kneeling in front of his palace like dogs. They all acknowledged that he was the lord of the cultivation world, above the rolling world of mortals. Immerse smiled and said, "And now, before you die, I'll ask you one more time. In this world, who is the lowly one, and who is the superior one? Who is the one who stepped on who, and who is the one who is the king? And who is the one who is the loser?" Chu Waning lowered his eyes. He seemed to still be immersed in Immerse's confession and didn't come back to his senses. In the end, Immerse pinched his chin and forced him to raise his face. But when he forced him to look at himself, Immerse suddenly froze. For the first time, he saw an expression of regret on Chu Waning's face. That expression was too unfamiliar. Immerse felt like he was suddenly scalded. He reflexively released the fingers that were pinching his face. Chu Waning's expression was very painful. He seemed to be enduring some kind of heart-wrenching pain. His voice was very soft, almost hoarse. It floated in the wind. Only Immerse heard it. He said, "I'm sorry, Immerse. It's Master's fault." In that instant, everything around him lost its sound. The sound of the wind, the sound of the grass, the fluttering of the robes, all returned to silence. Only Chu Waning's face, which was staring at him, was the only clear thing in the world. It was the only thing he could see. At that time, he should have many thoughts. Happy, proud, ecstatic. But it wasn't. At that time, the thoughts were strange. Speaking of which, there was only one. He didn't know when. He was already so much taller than Chu Waning. Time had really passed for a long time. Many things in the past had changed. Immerse's lips trembled. He murmured, "What did you say?" Chu Waning smiled. Immerse was familiar with that smile, but at the same time, he was not familiar with it. Immerse saw his own twisted expression in that pair of phoenix eyes. Then, that pair of eyes slowly closed. Chu Wanning fell on his back. Immo Ran grabbed his shoulder almost at the moment he fell. He roared madly and angrily, like the sound of a wild beast breaking down. Chu Wanning, what did you say? Say it again. The person in his arms didn't reply. His lips were pale like pear blossoms. That handsome face always had a cold expression, but before he died, it was frozen in a somewhat miserable smile. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. In his memory, Immo Ran saw that face for the first time in front of the Tong Tian Tower. It was a slight smile, somewhat gentle. Chu Wanning. That gentleness shattered. The begonia flowers fell to the ground. He finally got what he wanted. He stepped on his master's life and reached the top of the human peak. But what was this? What was this? The bitterness and hatred in his heart continued to increase. What was this? Immo Ran condensed the faint black mist in his palm. His fingertips flew and quickly tapped a few of Chu Wanning's blood meridians, sealing the last meridian of his heart. Do you want to die like this? Immo Ran's eyes bulged. His face was ferocious. It's not over. Chu Wanning, we haven't settled the debt between us. It's not over. It's not over. If you don't make it clear to me, I'll crush Xuemeng, Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace, and the last few people you want to protect. Tear them all to pieces. You better think it through. The ceremony didn't continue. He didn't care about the thousands of people kneeling there. He changed his mind. He didn't want Chu Wanning to die. He hated him. He wanted Chu Wanning to live, to live. He picked up the man who had lost too much blood. Using his lightness skill, he leaped onto the roof. His robes fluttered like the wings of a lone eagle. His figure quickly flew over layers of roofs and went straight to the south peak, straight to the Red Lotus Pavilion, the place where Chu Wanning used to live. The spiritual energy there was abundant, and there were many immortal herbs. He wanted to save Chu Wanning. One could only hate when one was alive. If one was dead, there wouldn't be any reason to hate. Was he crazy that he wanted to kill Chu Wanning with his own hands? If Chu Wanning died, then what was left of him in this world? Lying on the bed, he licked his memories alone. It was the middle of the night, but he couldn't sleep anymore. Immo Ran got up, washed his face, put on his clothes, and walked towards the Yama Hall with a wind lantern. Chu Wanning must have just casually bandaged his wounds, and then went there to kneel as punishment. Immo Ran knew him well. He was smelly, stubborn, and inflexible. He never considered whether his body could take it or not. Even if Xuemeng wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Sure enough, when he arrived outside the Yama Hall, he saw a small green lantern burning in solitude. The candle's tears kept falling. Chu Wanning was kneeling with his back facing the door. His figure was tall and straight, as handsome as a pine tree. When he saw this figure, Immo Ran felt a little regret. It was the middle of the night. Why did he go there? Looking for Chu Wanning? Was he crazy? But since he was already here, he felt very stupid to just turn around and leave. He thought for a while and came up with a compromise. He gently put the wind lantern by his feet. He didn't plan to leave, nor did he plan to go in. He just stood outside the window, with his elbows on the windowsill and his cheeks on his hands, looking at Chu Wanning from afar. The copper bells on the eaves gently swayed. The night was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. The two of them, one standing and one kneeling, were separated by the vermilion window and the empty and quiet hall. If it was before his rebirth, Immo Ran had enough power to barge into the hall and order Chu Wanning to end his reflection and go back to rest. If Chu Wanning was unwilling, he also had enough power to seal Chu Wanning's hands and feet and violently carry him away. But now, he had neither the power nor the position. He wasn't even as tall as Chu Wanning. Immo Ran's mood was complicated. He looked at the person inside from outside the window, but the person inside didn't notice. He couldn't see Chu Wanning's face, and Chu Wanning also couldn't see his face. So the white cat knelt all night without turning back. So the silly dog also stood all night without going far. Chapter 30. Hey, did you guys hear? Elder Yuheng broke the rules and will be punished to kneel in the Yama Hall for the next 3 days. The next morning, all the disciples gathered at the good and evil platform to cultivate and meditate. After all, they were all young people in their teens and 20s. They couldn't be as calm as still water. When their master wasn't paying attention, they would start whispering to each other. The news of Chu wanting being punished quickly spread. The disciples who witnessed the punishment yesterday were not stingy with sharing the gossip with others. Wow, why did you guys only find out so late? Oh, so Elder Lutsuin brought you guys to the mountain to pick night dew flowers yesterday? Alright, then you guys missed out on too much. Yesterday evening, in the Green Heaven Hall, blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was too horrible to look at. Elder Yuheng was beaten more than 200 times. More than 200 times. The rod hit his vitals. Merciless. Every time that disciple said a sentence, he would put on a particularly exaggerated expression. Accompanied by the exclamations of the surrounding junior brothers and sisters, he was extremely proud. Do you guys know what happened to more than 200 times? Even a burly man was beaten to death, not to mention Elder Yuheng. At that time, he couldn't take it and fainted. This made our young master so anxious that he rushed up and fought with the disciplinary elder. No matter what, he wouldn't let anyone touch Elder Yuheng at all. That scene. His face wrinkled like a bun and winked for a while. In the end, he stretched out a finger and shook it left and right, concluding with 3 words. TSK, TSK, TSK. Immediately, a junior sister's face turned pale. What? Elder Yuheng fainted? Young master and the disciplinary elder fought? No wonder I didn't see Elder Yuheng in the morning class today. So pitiful. What did he break? I heard that he beat the client in a fit of anger. Such gossip floated into Xueming's ears from time to time. The young master's temper at the peak of life and death had completely inherited his master's. He was extremely irritable. Unfortunately, there was more than one person discussing this matter. The good and evil platforms were in groups of 3 to 5, and they were all muttering, Elder Yuheng is being punished and so on. It made him feel very noisy, but there was nothing he could do. While the veins on Xueming's forehead were bulging, Immerse had not slept the entire night and kept yawning. Xueming had no one else to vent his anger on, so he turned to Moran and scolded, A day's work depends on the morning. You dog, why are you being lazy so early in the morning? What did Shizun teach you? Immerse's eyes were still drowsy as he yawned again. Xueming, you're too free, aren't you? It's fine if Shizun scolds me, but who are you? I'm your cousin, so you better behave yourself when talking to your cousin. Don't be impolite. Xueming said fiercely, My cousin is a dog. You can be his dog if you want. Immerse laughed. You're so disobedient and don't respect your elder brother. Shizun will be very disappointed if he finds out. You still have the face to mention Shizun. Let me ask you, why didn't you stop him when he wanted to go to the discipline court yesterday? Meng, he's Shizun. Wanya Yuheng, Beidou Xianzun. Why don't you stop him for me to see? Xueming flew into a rage. He pulled out his sword and furrowed his brows. What the F***ck did you just call me? Immerse rested his chin on his hand and laughed. Be good, Meng. Sit down. Xueming flew into a rage. Immerse, I'll kill you. Shirmei was sandwiched between the two, listening to their daily bickering. He couldn't help but sigh. He silently held his forehead and tried to concentrate on reading his book. When the sun and moon pot is filled, when the spiritual core is first formed, the Tao of heaven cannot see through it, and life and death participate in the business. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Wanning finished his reflection. According to the rules, he would be grounded for 3 months. During this time, he couldn't leave the peak of life and death. He also had to go to the Mingpo lobby to do odd jobs, clean the pillars of the Bridge of Helplessness, clean the steps in front of the mountain gate, and so on. The discipline elder was deeply worried. Elder Yuheng, to be honest, I feel that you shouldn't do these things. You're a grandmaster. Doing things like washing dishes and wiping floors is really unfair. There was still half a sentence he didn't say. The main thing is that I really doubt whether you know how to sweep floors, cook, and wash clothes. Chu Wanning didn't doubt himself at all. He obediently reported to the Mingpo lobby. The Mingpo lobby, from the manager to the servants, were shocked to hear that Chu Wanning was coming to do odd jobs. They all turned pale with fright, as if they were facing a great enemy. Chu Wanning's white robes fluttered as he floated over. His handsome face was cold and calm, without any expression. If a cloud was added to his feet and a horsetail whisk was added to his arm, he probably wouldn't be any different from an immortal. The Mingpa lobby manager felt very ashamed and uneasy. He actually had to order such a handsome man to wash vegetables and cook. Chu Wanning didn't have the self-awareness of being a handsome man. He walked into the kitchen and coldly glanced at everyone. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Chu Wanning went straight to the point. What should I do? The manager bashfully pinched his clothes and thought for a while. He carefully said, Elder, what do you think about washing vegetables? Chu Wanning said, Okay. The manager let out a big sigh of relief. He originally thought that Chu Wanning's 10 fingers didn't do any household chores and might not be willing to do such a simple thing. However, other chores were either dirty or required some skill. He was worried that Chu Wanning wouldn't be able to do it well. Since Chu Wanning straightforwardly agreed to wash vegetables, he didn't need to worry anymore. Reality proved that the manager was really too naive. There was a clear stream in front of the Mingpa lobby. Chu Wanning carried a basket of dark green vegetables and came to the stream. He rolled up his sleeves and began to wash the vegetables. This area was under the jurisdiction of Elder Xuanji. Occasionally, there would be disciples of Xuanji who passed by. When they saw that Chu Wanning was actually washing vegetables, they were so scared that they couldn't speak a complete sentence. They rubbed their eyes 3 or 4 times to make sure that they didn't see wrongly. Only then did they say in shock, Elder Xuanji, morning, morning. Chu Wanning looked up. Morning. Elder Xuanji's disciple trembled in fear as he fled. Chu Wanning was too lazy to be long-winded with them. He continued to peel the vegetables, wash them, and throw them back into the basket. He washed them very seriously. He peeled every single vegetable leaf and brushed them back and forth repeatedly. The result of this was that it was already noon, but he still hadn't finished washing the basket of vegetables. The waiter in the kitchen was anxious from waiting. He kept walking back and forth in circles. What should we do? Why isn't the elder back yet? If he doesn't come back, then the vegetables won't come back. How should we cook beef with vegetables? The head steward looked at the son and said, Forget it. Let's not wait anymore. Let's change it to braised beef. Thus, when Chu Wanning returned, the beef from the Mingpa lobby was already out of the pot. It was stewed until it was tender and tender. There was no need for vegetables at all. Chu Wanning frowned. He hugged his vegetables and was rather unhappy. He said coldly, Why don't you want the vegetables and make me wash them? The head steward's hair stood on end. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief and said something that he regretted. Isn't this because I hope that the elder will personally make a pot of stewed tofu with vegetables? Chu Wanning didn't have any expression. He still hugged his vegetables and tilted his head in thought. The head steward hurriedly said, If the elder is unwilling, then it's fine. Before he could say anything, Chu Wanning asked, Where's the tofu? The head steward was speechless. Elder Yu Hong, do you know the way of the kitchen? Chu Wanning said, It's not that I don't know anything. I can give it a try. At noon that day, the disciples entered the Mingpa lobby happily as usual. They found seats in groups of 3 to 5 and went to the counter to get food and rice. The food at the Life and Death Summit was always sumptuous, and today was no exception. The braised beef had the right amount of fat and lean. The shredded pork was fresh and rich. The farmhouse meat was golden and crispy, and the fish with chopped chili was red and attractive. The disciples hurriedly fought for their favorite food, lining up all the way, asking the chef to add an extra spoonful of sweet and sour pork ribs, some gravy on the rice, or some oil and chili. The fastest ones were always the disciples of Elder Lutsuan. The little guy at the front of the line had a big pimple on his nose, but he was still thinking about the mapo tofu. He skillfully carried the wooden tray to the last counter and said without looking up, Master, I want a bowl of tofu. The master's fingers were long and slender, and he handed him a plate full of tofu. However, it wasn't the mapo tofu he was familiar with. Instead, it was a plate of strange food that was black in color, and the ingredients were indistinguishable. The disciple was shocked. What is this? Boiled tofu with vegetables. The Mingpa lobby was noisy, so the disciple didn't pay attention to the person who answered. Instead, he angrily said, Do you refine pills? How can this be boiled tofu with vegetables? I don't want it. Take it back. As he scolded, he glared at the chef. In the end, when he saw the person standing behind the counter, the disciple was so frightened that he screamed and almost knocked over the tray. Elder Yu Hong.
Yes.
The disciple was about to cry. No, I didn't mean it like that. Since you don't want to eat it, take it back. Chu Wanning said expressionlessly, don't waste it. The disciple stiffly picked up the plate and stiffly handed it to Chu Wanning. Then, he left with the same hand and foot. After a while, everyone knew that the person standing in front of the last counter was Elder Yu Hong. Thus, the originally lively Meng Pahlavi was instantly silenced. All the disciples were like puppies with fur. They obediently lined up, carried the dishes in a panic, and respectfully went to the last cupboard. They stuttered to greet the elder, and then staggered away. Greetings, Elder Yu Hong. Yes. Greetings, Elder Yu Hong. Greetings. Thank you, Elder Yu Hong. The disciples were extremely well-behaved and extremely cautious. Thus, Chu Wanning accepted the nervous greetings of every disciple. However, no one dared to rashly try the boiled tofu with vegetables in his pot. Slowly, the line became shorter. The food in front of the other chefs was almost finished. Only Chu Wanning's front was still full. The pot of food was cold, but no one was interested. Chu Wanning's face was expressionless, but his heart was a bit complicated. In any case, he had bathed all morning. At this time, his 3 personal disciples came. Xue Ming was still wearing his silver-blue light armor. He cleaned himself up very refreshingly. He excitedly moved over. Shizun, how are you? Does your wound still hurt? Chu Wanning was very calm. It doesn't hurt. Xue Ming, that's good. Chu Wanning glanced at him and suddenly asked, do you eat tofu? Xue Ming. Chapter 31. In order to show his sincerity in front of his master, the young master prepared 3 plates of charred tofu and promised that he would not throw away a single piece. He would eat all of them. Chu Wanning was very satisfied and revealed a rare look of admiration. Imo Ran, who was following behind them, was unhappy when he saw this. The Emperor Ta had an inexplicable obsession with Chu Wanning's approval, so he immediately ordered 3 servings of tofu. Chu Wanning glanced at him. Aren't you full after eating so much? Imo Ran and Xue Ming said excitedly, even if you give me 3 more servings, I can still eat them, let alone 3. Chu Wanning said indifferently, okay. Then he gave Imo Ran 6 portions of tofu and said, you too. Don't waste it. Imo Ran, since the other 2 had already ordered, Mei was no exception. He smiled and said, then, Shizun, I want 3 plates too. Thus, on the first day after Elder Yu Heng's confinement ended, his 3 disciples all had stomachaches because they ate something bad. The next day, the disciplinary elder found Chu Wanning and tactfully expressed that the Meng Pahlavi did not lack helpers. He asked Chu Wanning to move to the Bridge of Helplessness and help sweep the fallen leaves and clean the pillars. The Bridge of Helplessness was a bridge that connected the main area of the Bridge of Life and Death to the disciples' resting area. It could allow 5 horse carriages to pass side by side. The pillars of the bridge had 9 white jade beasts, each representing the 9 sons of the dragon. There were also 360 short pillars with lion heads. Chu Wanning silently swept the floor. After he was done, he carefully wiped the jade beast. After working for most of the day, when the sky gradually darkened, it began to rain. After class, most of the disciples didn't bring their umbrellas, so they ran back to their residences while wading through the puddles. Raindrops splashed on the stone steps. Chu Wanning glanced from afar and saw the relaxed smiles on the faces of the boys and girls. They looked embarrassed and bright in the rain. Chu Wanning knew that if he let them see him, that kind of brightness and relaxation would disappear. Thus, he thought for a moment and went under the bridge. Some of the disciples running in front of him came to the bridge. When they saw the scene, they couldn't help but exclaim, "A barrier? Why is there a barrier on the Bridge of Helplessness?" It was probably set up by Elder Xuanji, a disciple guessed. Elder Xuanji is the best. The translucent golden barrier enveloped the top of the bridge of helplessness. It extended and spread out in an imposing manner all the way to the main walkway of the disciples' resting area. It completely covered the path they were about to take. It must be Elder Xuanji's doing. Isn't this place under his jurisdiction? Elder Xuanji, this barrier is so beautiful. The elder is really amazing. The disciples shook their wet hair and giggled as they pushed each other to hide in the barrier. They talked all the way to the resting area. Chu Wanning stood under the bridge and listened to the hubbub of voices on the bridge. Only when it was silent and the returning youths were far away did he slowly put away the barrier and calmly walked out of the bridge. Master! Suddenly, he heard someone call him. Chu Wanning suddenly looked up. He didn't see anyone on the shore. I'm here. He followed the voice and looked up. He saw Mo Ran sitting on the white jade bridge. He was wearing a silver-blue light armor, and his legs were lazily propped up on the railing of the bridge. The youth's eyebrows were shockingly dark. His eyelashes were like two small fans hanging in front of his eyes. He was holding an oil paper umbrella and looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. One of them was on the bridge, shivering in the leaves. The other was under the bridge, cold rain connecting the river. They looked at each other like this. For a while, no one spoke. Between heaven and earth, the misty rain was hazy and lingering. Occasionally, leaves and thin bamboo fluttered down with the wind and rain, fluttering and falling between the two. In the end, Imo Ran laughed and said with some teasing, Elder Xuanji, you're wet. Chu Wanning also said coldly almost at the same time, how did you know it was me? Imo Ran pursed his lips. His eyes were curved and his dimples were deep. Such a big barrier. Elder Xuanji can't set it up, right? If it wasn't Master, who else could it be? Chu Wanning, Imo Ran knew that he was too lazy to cast a spell to protect himself from the rain. He had an idea and threw the umbrella down. This is for you. Catch. The bright red oil paper umbrella fluttered down. Chu Wanning caught it. The green bamboo handle of the umbrella was still warm. Sparkling and translucent drops of water dripped down the umbrella. Chu Wanning looked up at him. What about you? Imo Ran smiled slyly. Master just needs to cast a spell. Won't I be able to go back safely? Chu Wanning snorted, but he still flicked his sleeve. A transparent golden barrier immediately appeared above Imo Ran. Imo Ran looked up and laughed. Haha, it's so beautiful. There's even a peony pattern. Thank you. Chu Wanning glanced at him. That's a begonia. It only has 5 petals. After saying this, he floated away in his white robe and red umbrella. Imo Ran was left standing alone in the rain, counting the petals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, it's really 5 petals. When he looked up again, Chu Wanning was already far away. Imo Ran narrowed his eyes. Standing under the barrier, the childish smile on his face slowly disappeared. It was gradually replaced by a complicated expression. He suddenly didn't understand what he was thinking. It would be better if the only emotion he had for a person was pure love or pure disgust. This rain lasted for 4 days before it stopped. When the clouds parted and the rain stopped, a group of horses and carriages stepped on puddles of water, crushing the sky and clouds. They stopped in front of the mountain gate of the Peak of Life and Death. The bamboo curtain was lifted. A folding fan with a bright red tassel appeared from inside. Immediately after, a pair of blue boots with silver edges stepped out. They stepped on the shaft of the carriage and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Dust flew everywhere. This was a muscular man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was dressed in blue and silver light armor and had a neat beard. He looked to be around 40 years old. He looked very rough, but his large hands were waving a finely made scholar's fan. It was indescribably strange. The fan opened with a pa sound. On the side facing the other person was written, Shuelang is very beautiful. On the side facing the other person was written, the world is ugly. This fan was famous in Jianghu. The reason was not only because the owner of the fan was good at martial arts, but also because the words written on the fan were too embarrassing. It praised oneself on the front and mocked others on the back. When the fan handle was gently waved, the narcissism of the owner could be smelled from 100 miles away. Everyone in the cultivation world knew this. Who was the owner of this fan? It was the Lord of the Peak of Life and Death who had stayed outside for more than 2 months. He was Xue Ming's father and Imo Rant's uncle, Master Immortal Xue. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes. The reverse logic was the same. If the son was a peacock, the father would definitely spread his tail. Although Xue Ming had delicate features and was completely different from his vigorous and strong father, at the very least, they were similar to each other deep down in their bones. They both felt that Xue Lang is very beautiful and the world is ugly. Xue Jingyong stretched his body and moved his muscles. He cracked his neck and said with a smile, "Oh, this carriage is so tiring. We're finally home." In the Dan Xian Palace, Madame Wang was mixing medicinal powder. Imo Ran and Xue Ming were sitting on her left and right respectively. She said softly, 4 ounces of hemostatic grass and 1 stalk of shouyang ginseng. "Mother, I'm done." Xue Ming sat cross-legged beside her and handed the herbs to her. Madame Wang took it and smelled the hemostatic grass. Then she said, "No, this grass has been put together with guanghu for a long time. The resulting soup will be less effective. Go get some fresh ones." "Oh, okay." Xue Ming stood up and went to the medicine cabinet. Madame Wang continued, 3 ounces of Wolingzi and 1 ounce of Chinese daughter. Imo Ran quickly handed the ingredients to her. "Auntie, how long do you need to brew this medicine?" "You don't need to brew it. Just take it." Madame Wang said, "After I grind the powder, can Imo Ran give it to Elder Yuheng?" Imo Ran didn't want to give it to Xue Ming at first, but after looking at Xue Ming's back, he knew that if he didn't do it, it would be Xue Ming who did. He didn't know why, but he didn't like the idea of Xue Ming being alone with Chu Wanting. So he said, "Okay." After a pause, he asked, "Oh right, Auntie, is this medicine bitter?" "It's a little bitter." "What's wrong?" Imo Ran smiled and said, "Nothing," but he grabbed a handful of candies from the fruit platter and stuffed them into his sleeve. The people in the palace were focused on mixing the medicine when a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from the door. Xue Jingyong strode into the palace. His face was glowing. He said happily, "Wife, I'm back." "Ha ha 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 ha." The leader of a sect came in without any warning. Madame Wang was so shocked that she almost spilled the powder in the ladle. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. "Husband?" Imo Ran also stood up to welcome him. "Uncle." "Ah, Ran is here too." Xue Jingyong was tall and sturdy, but his speech was very kind. He patted Imo Ran's shoulder. "Good boy, I haven't seen you for a while. You seem to have grown a little taller. How was it? Did the trip to Colored Butterfly Town go smoothly?" Imo Ran smiled. "It went smoothly. Good, good, good. With Chu Wanting there, I knew that there wouldn't be any problems." "Ha ha ha ha, right. Where's your master? Is he playing with his little toys in the mountains again?" Imo Ran heard this and was a little embarrassed. "Shizun. This uncle of his had a fiery temper and was easily impulsive. In his previous life, his uncle's death was largely due to this kind of personality." Imo Ran naturally didn't want to directly tell him that Chu Wanting suffered 200 blows and was grounded for 3 months. Just as he was thinking about how to tell him, a sound came from behind him. Xue Ming walked out in a daze with a pile of hemostatic grass. When he saw his father, he couldn't help but be happy.
"Father."
Ming'er. Imo Ran was secretly relieved. When this father and son met, they would definitely flatter each other and praise each other. He was thinking about how to tell them that Chu Wanting was punished. Sure enough, the peacock father and son were praising each other with their tails up. "After not seeing you for 2 months, my son has become more handsome. You look more and more like your father." Xue Ming didn't look like his father at all. He only looked like his mother, but he agreed and said, "Father's body has also become more sturdy." Xue Jingyong waved his hand and laughed. "During this period of time in Kunlun's Treading in Snow Palace, I increasingly feel that all the young people in the world can't compare to my son and nephew. That group of sissy people really annoys me." "Ming-er, do you still remember Mei Hanxue?" Xue Ming immediately showed a look of disdain. "That little fatty who has been training in seclusion for more than 10 years. I heard that he's the Treading in Snow Palace's eldest martial brother. He's come out?" Ha ha ha, my son's memory is really good. That's him. When he was young, he came to our house to stay for a while. He even slept with you. How could I not remember? He was as fat as a dog. He even kicked people in his sleep. I was kicked down by him many times. Father, did you see him? I saw him, I saw him. Shui Zhengyong twirled his beard as if he was reminiscing. Xueming was a proud son of the heavens. He was naturally competitive, so he impatiently asked, "How was it?" Shui Zhengyong laughed. "If I had to say, he's not as good as you. He's just a boy, but his master taught him to play the zither and dance. He even used lightness skill and threw flower petals. Your father is going to die from laughter." Ha 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 ha. Xueming's nose twitched. He seemed to be disgusted. A little fatty with baby fat playing the zither, dancing, and throwing flower petals. Then what's his cultivation? After all, Mei Hanshue had been in seclusion for more than 10 years. He had just come out of seclusion a few months ago and had not shown his sword in Jianghu. Since appearance had already defeated him, Xueming wanted to compare cultivation. This time, Shui Zhengyong did not immediately answer. He thought for a while and said, "It's okay to see that he doesn't fight much. Anyway, when the Spiritual Mountain Sword Conference comes, I'll naturally have a chance to compete with him." Xueming's eyebrows twitched. Humph, that fatty. I don't even know if he'll have a chance to compete with me. Madame Wang had already added the last of the powder. She stood up and smiled as she patted Xueming's head. "Meng'er, don't be arrogant. You have to be humble and always have a heart of respect." Xueming said, "What's the use of being humble? That's what incompetent people do. I want to be as straightforward as my father." Shui Zhengyong laughed. "See? How can a tiger father have a dog son?" Madame Wang was displeased. "You don't teach him the good things, but you teach him the bad things. What are you talking about?" Shui Zhengyong saw the slight anger on her face and knew that she was indeed unhappy. He stopped smiling and scratched his head. "My wife, I was wrong. I'll teach you whatever you say. You're always right. Don't be unhappy." Imo ran. Xueming, Madame Wang was Lone Mun's disciple in her early years. It was said that she was kidnapped by Shui Zhengyong. No one knew if this rumor was true, but Imo Ran knew very well that his uncle was very affectionate towards his aunt. Madame Wang, on the other hand, was not that passionate towards her husband. She was an extremely gentle person, but she would always throw tantrums at Shui Zhengyong. After all these years of stumbling and stumbling, anyone with a discerning eye could tell who was more devoted to the other between husband and wife. Xueming naturally could not be bothered to watch his parents flirt. He was a little disgusted. He clicked his tongue and impatiently turned to leave. Madame Wang was quite embarrassed. She quickly said, "Meng'er." Xueming waved his hand and strode out. Imo Ran did not want to disturb the couple's reunion. He could also avoid his uncle's questioning. It was better to leave Chu Wanning's punishment to Madame Wang. He would not be able to handle it himself. Thus, he tidied up the medicine on the table and left with a smile. He even closed the door for them. Holding the medicine, he wobbled to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chu Wanning was injured, and his body was a little weak these few days. The barrier around the pavilion had been removed, so he did not know that someone had come. Thus, Imo Ran coincidentally saw this scene. Chu Wanning was currently bathing in the lotus pond. It was fine if he was bathing by himself, but the main thing was there were actually 2 other people in the lotus pond used by Elder Yu Hong. Chapter 32. Separated by layers of lotus leaves, Imo Ran felt like he was struck by lightning in an instant. He froze on the spot in shock. The bottle of mixed feelings in his heart shattered completely. His face was about to crack. Astonishment, anger, jealousy, and irritation exploded like fireworks. He moved his lips, but he was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He didn't realize what he was angry about. There was only one thought in his mind. How can you touch the person I've slept with? Chu Wanning, you extravagant and lascivious man. You actually, he didn't react at all. In this life, Chu Wanning didn't have the slightest emotional entanglement with him. In just an instant, the string in his head snapped. After all, more than 10 years, a lifetime, from birth to death. When he was awake, he could still do it with ease and pretend to be calm. However, in the midst of the turmoil and chaos, his true colors were revealed. He still subconsciously believed that Chu Wanning was his. At this time, he clearly realized that he even remembered the taste of Chu Wanning's lips kissing so clearly, not to mention those ecstasy entanglement of love and passion. That was something he didn't dare to think about after his rebirth, until he saw Chu Wanning's naked back, saw that familiar figure, broad shoulders, long legs, tight muscles, thin and strong waist, immersed in the clear water. Those lingering feelings that he deliberately avoided and tried to forget instantly split open the seal and swept over. Immerse's scalp went numb. He had a reaction to this body, and it was a strong reaction that couldn't be controlled at all. Just looking at it made his lower abdomen burn. When he came back to his senses, he was already angrily shouting, "Chu Wanning!" Chu Wanning actually ignored him. Those two people were holding his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The mist in the lotus pond was rising, so he couldn't see the specific appearance of the two people. But they were very close, and the distance between them was very ambiguous. Immerse cursed inwardly. He actually jumped into the lotus pond with a splash and waded over to Chu Wanning. When he got closer, he discovered that those were actually two mechas made of metal and nanmu. What was worse was that they seemed to be using the immortal chi of the lotus pond to transfer spiritual energy to Chu Wanning. Immerse's brainless jump had completely broken the spiritual energy field. It was unknown what kind of formation Chu Wanning had used, but he was in an unconscious state. He was supported by the golden light coming from the two mechas' metal palms. The golden light kept surging upwards and converging on the wound on his shoulder and back. It was obvious that he was being treated. Immerse's intrusion caused the golden light to dissipate rapidly. What was even more unexpected was that the array would actually backfire. As the golden light dissipated, Chu Wanning's wounds began to rapidly erode away. He frowned, groaned, and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, the scars all over his body began to tear apart. His blood was like a mist, instantly soaking the flower pond. Immerse was stunned. This was Chu Wanning's flower soul sacrifice technique. He realized that he might have gotten himself into trouble. Chu Wanning's spiritual energy was dual element metal and wood. The metal spiritual energy was like Heaven's Inquisition, focusing on attack and defense. The wood spiritual energy was used for healing. The flower soul sacrifice technique was one of them. Chu Wanning could mobilize the spirits of 100 flowers to heal his wounds. However, during the process, no one could enter the array. Otherwise, the spirits of the plants would disperse. Not only would it not have any healing effect, it would also worsen the injury. In the worst case, Chu Wanning's spiritual energy core could be completely devoured by the spirits of the 100 flowers. Fortunately, Immerse had dabbled in the flower soul sacrifice technique in his previous life. He immediately cut off the spiritual energy flow. Chu Wanning, who had lost the support of the array, immediately collapsed. Immerse firmly supported him. The unconscious Shizun's face was pale, his lips were blue, and his body was as cold as ice. Immerse carried him to the shore. He didn't have time to look at him. He half-carried and half-dragged Chu Wanning back to the bedroom and placed him on the bed. "Shizun? Shizun?" He called out a few times, but Chu Wanning's eyelashes didn't even flutter. Other than the slight rise and fall of his chest, he looked no different from a dead person. This Chu Wanning made Immerse think of his previous life. He inexplicably felt his throat dry up, and his heart panicked. In his previous life, two people had died in Immerse's arms. Shirmei, Chu Wanning. Of the two of them, one was the lover of his dreams, and the other was the enemy of his life. After Shirmei left, there was no more Immerse in this world. What about Chu Wanning? Immerse didn't know. He only remembered that day. He held the person in his arms, bit by bit, cold. He didn't cry, nor did he laugh. Both joy and sorrow became distant and unreachable. After Chu Wanning left, Immerse didn't know what was in this world anymore. The candles were bright, illuminating Chu Wanning's naked upper body. Wanya Yuheng usually wore very tight clothes. His collar was folded tight and high, and his waist was wrapped in 3 bands. He was upright and restrained. Because of this, No one had ever seen the extent of his injuries after 200 beatings. Although Immerse Ran had personally seen Chu Wannings's back when he was punished at the discipline court that day, he only knew that it was bloody and extremely tragic. But later on, he saw Chu Wanning wandering around as if nothing had happened. He thought that he probably didn't hurt his muscles or bones. Only now did he realize that Chu Wanning's injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. The 5 wounds left by the Ghost Master had all opened up. In the deepest part, one could clearly see the eerie white bone. Chu Wanning probably didn't ask anyone to help him change the dressing. He did it himself. The ointment was not evenly applied. Some places that couldn't be reached had already become inflamed and festered, not to mention the blue and purple marks from the beatings. It covered the entire back. There was almost no intact skin or flesh. In addition to the backlash from the formation just now, Chu Wanning's wounds were all torn open. Blood gurgled and quickly dyed the blanket under his body mottled. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Immerse Ran wouldn't have believed that the person who insisted on wiping the pillars of the bridge and opening the huge rain-blocking barrier for the disciples was the person in front of him. The person who could be classified as old, disabled, sick, and weak. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Wanning was unconscious, Immerse Ran would have grabbed him by the collar and questioned him. Chu Wanning, do you have an ego problem? Just lower your head and give in. Who will stop you? Why do you have to be so stubborn? You're an adult. Why don't you know how to take care of yourself and treat yourself better? Why don't you ask others to help you apply the ointment? Why would you rather let 2 mechas help you cast the healing formation than ask others for help? Chu Wanning, are you stupid? Are you stubborn to death? He cursed in his heart as he quickly pressed the acupoints to stop the bleeding. Then, he fetched some hot water and helped Chu Wanning wipe the blood on his back. The sharp knife quenched the fire and cut off the completely rotten flesh. The first time, Chu Wanning groaned in pain. His body instinctively bounced up. Immerse Ran held him down and said unhappily, "What are you groaning for? Do you want to be kid? If you groan again, I'll stab you in the chest. Once you're dead, it won't hurt anymore." It was only at times like this that Immerse Ran could reveal his ferocious nature and shout at him like he did in his previous life. However, there were too many white and rotten wounds. Chu Wanning kept gasping for breath as the wounds were cleaned up bit by bit. Even if this person was unconscious, he would try to suppress his pain and endure it. He wouldn't shout in pain, but his whole body was covered in cold sweat. His body that had just been cleaned was soaked in sweat again. After busying himself for more than an hour, he finally finished applying the ointment and bandaging the wounds. Immerse Ran helped Chu Wanning put on his underwear and carried a thick quilt to cover his teacher who was burning hot. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He remembered that the medicine that Madame Wang mixed was still sealed in the oil paper bag. He took some water to make a bowl of medicine and brought it to Chu Wanning's bedside. "Here, drink the medicine." He picked up the unconscious person with one hand and let him rest on his shoulder. He scooped up the medicine and blew on it, then tried to take a sip. Immerse Ran immediately frowned, his face scrunched up like a bun. What the hell? Why is it so bitter? However, he still let it cool down and fed it to Chu Wanning. In the end, after just half a spoonful, Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore and spat out the medicine. Most of it splashed onto Immerse Ran's clothes. Immerse Ran was speechless. He knew that Chu Wanning didn't like bitter food and was even afraid of it. However, if he was awake, the stubborn elder Yu Hong would definitely hold back his disgust and drink the medicine in one gulp. At most, he would put on a straight face and secretly eat a piece of candy afterwards. Unfortunately, Chu Wanning was currently unconscious. Immerse Ran had no choice. He couldn't lose his temper at an unconscious person, so he could only be patient and feed him small mouthfuls. From time to time, he would use a handkerchief to wipe the medicine at the corner of his mouth. This wasn't a difficult task for Immerse Ran. After all, in his previous life, there was a period of time when he fed Chu Wanning medicine every day. At that time, Chu Wanning would resist and Immerse Ran would slap him, then grab his chin and fiercely kiss him. His tongue would wreak havoc and invade, filling the air with blood. He didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Immerse Ran was a little careless with the last few spoonfuls of medicine. Almost half of it was spat out by Chu Wanning. Then, He put him on the bed and roughly twisted the blanket. I'm doing my best. Don't kick the blanket away at night. You're already hot. If you accidentally catch a cold. Halfway through his rambling, he suddenly lost his temper and kicked the bed leg. Forget it. What does it have to do with me whether you catch a cold or not? I can't wait for you to get worse and worse. It would be best if you died of illness. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When he reached the door, he felt that his heart was hanging in the air, so he turned back. After thinking for a while, he helped him extinguish the candle. Then, he left again. This time, he walked to the red lotus pond and looked at the water lilies that had become more beautiful after absorbing Chu Wanning's blood. The irritation in his chest only increased. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he returned to the bedroom with the same hand and foot. Like a rusty and old robot, he walked around the room in a circle. In the end, he reluctantly stood beside Chu Wanning's bed. The moonlight scattered through the bamboo window that was half open. The silver light soaked Chu Wanning's handsome face. His lips were light and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Mo Ran thought for a while, then closed the window for him. Sichuan was very humid. Sleeping with the window open at night was not good for people. After doing this, Mo Ran swore to himself, I'm going to kill you. If he turned back from the door again, he would be a dog. However, when they reached the door, Chu Wanning kicked the blanket down with a bang. Mo Ran. So how could he change this person's habit of kicking the blanket when he sleeps? In order not to be a dog, the 16-year-old celestial trampling emperor had a backbone and endured it before leaving. He was a man of his word. He would never turn back from the door again. Therefore, after a while, the wise and mighty emperor opened the window and came in through it. Picking up the blanket on the floor, he covered Chu Wanning with it. Mo Ran listened to Chu Wanning's painful groans and his back twitching. Seeing him curled up in the corner of the bed, he no longer looked as fierce as he usually did. While he scolded, serves him right, he also felt compassion for him. He sat beside Chu Wanning's bed and watched over him. He didn't let her kick the blanket down again. It was late at night. After a tiring day, Mo Ran finally couldn't take it anymore. He slowly tilted his head and fell asleep. He didn't sleep well. Chu Wanning kept tossing and turning. Mo Ran seemed to hear him groaning in a daze. Mo Ran was in a daze. He couldn't tell what time it was. He didn't know when, but he naturally lay beside Chu Wanning and hugged the person who was convulsing and trembling. He closed his sleepy eyes and subconsciously stroked his back. He held him in his arms and whispered, Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore, Mo Ran murmured in his sleep. It was as if he had returned to the peak of life and death in his previous life, back to the desolate and empty Wu Mountain Palace. Since Chu Wanning's death, no one slept with him in his arms. Even if it was because of hatred, in the cold day after day, it made his heart ache. He missed it so much that thousands of ants gnawed at his heart. But no matter how much he missed it, Chu Wanning couldn't come back. He lost the last flame in his life. That night, Mo Ran hugged Chu Wanning. Half asleep, half dreaming. Sometimes he knew that he had regained his life, and sometimes he knew that he was still in his past life. He suddenly didn't dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that when he woke up tomorrow, there would only be an empty pillow and a cold curtain. In a long life, he was the only one left. There was no doubt that he hated Chu Wanning, but when he hugged the person in his arms, the corners of his eyes were a little wet. That was the warmth that the 32-year-old Emperor Ta thought he would never find again. Wanning, it doesn't hurt anymore. His consciousness was hazy. Mo Ran stroked the hair of the person in his arms like he did before his rebirth. He murmured softly. An extremely gentle sentence, just like that, came out of his mouth. He was so sleepy that he didn't even realize what he had said. He didn't even think when he said those words. They just slipped naturally. Mo Ran's breathing became even and he fell deeper into his dream. Early the next morning, Chu Wanning's eyelashes fluttered and he slowly woke up. His cultivation level was high, and the fever he had last night had subsided. Chu Wanning sleepily opened his eyes. His consciousness was still a little hazy. When he was about to get up, he suddenly realized that someone was lying on the same bed as him. Mo Weiyu? This was a big shock. Chu Wanning's face instantly turned pale, but he couldn't remember what had happened last night. What was worse was that when he moved, he also woke up Immerse. The young man yawned. His smooth and delicate face had a healthy flush that was unique to sleeping soundly. He opened his eyes in a daze and glanced at Chu Wanning casually. He said vaguely, let me sleep for a while more. Since you're awake, go and cook me a bowl of egg drop and lean meat porridge to eat. Chu Wanning was speechless. What nonsense was that? Sleep talk? Immerse was still in a daze. Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't move, he didn't urge him to wake up and make porridge. Instead, he smiled lazily, stretched out his hand, and pulled Chu Wanning's face over, kissing him on the lips in a familiar manner. It's fine if you don't wake up. I just had a nightmare. In the dream, sigh, let's not talk about it. He sighed and hugged the man who was completely stiff. He rubbed his chin against the top of the man's head and muttered, Chu Wanning, let me hug you again. Chapter 33. Chu Wanning's divine sense was shattered by the sudden kiss, so how could he still realize what Immerse was mumbling? He only felt that every word was buzzing, and his ears felt like it was raining. Immerse, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He mumbled a few words, then fell back into a deep sleep. Chu Wanning wanted to wake him up. However, the begonia tree outside the window of the bed was blooming just right. Just as Chu Wanning raised his hand, a pale pink begonia flower landed lightly on the tip of Immerse's nose. Immerse sniffled uncomfortably, but he was sleeping so soundly that he did not wake up. Thus, the hand that had reached out to push her changed direction. Chu Wanning plucked the begonia and pinched it between her fingers to examine it carefully. As he looked at the flower, he was lost in thought. Slowly, he more or less remembered. He vaguely remembered that yesterday, it was Immerse who cleaned his wounds and fed him medicine. After that, Immerse seemed to have hugged him, stroking his hair and back in the long night and whispering in his ear. Chu Wanning was in a daze for a while. He thought that this should be his dream, right? The tip of his ears unconsciously turned crimson, like the begonia flower that stopped at the tip of his finger, the brilliant color of the flower. He forcefully swallowed the words of reprimand. He really didn't know what to say. Why are you sleeping here? It sounded like a young woman who had lost her footing. Get off the bed. Who let you sleep here? It sounded like a shrew who had lost her footing. You dare to kiss me? In fact, it was just a brush of the lips. Compared to the time in the illusion, it really couldn't be considered a kiss. If he was calculative, it would be more obvious. Elder Yuheng didn't know what to do. He could only silently roll on the bed and bury his face in the blanket. His slender fingers grabbed the corner of the blanket, somewhat irritated and angry. In the end, he chose to pry open Immerse's arms and legs. He sat up, tidied himself up, and then shook the other person awake. Thus, when Immerse opened his sleepy eyes, he saw Elder Yuheng sitting by the bed with an unfathomable and cold expression. Cold sweat immediately poured down. Shizun, Chu Wanning said indifferently, you broke my flower soul enchantment yesterday? I didn't do it on purpose. Forget it. Chu Wanning was very cold. As if nothing had happened, you quickly get up to go to your morning class. Immerse was on the verge of breaking down. He rubbed his hair anxiously. Why am I sleeping here? I'm tired. Chu Wanning was very calm. Looking at you, you must have been busy for a long time yesterday. As he spoke, he glanced at the medicine cup on the table and said, in the future, don't enter the Red Lotus Pavilion without permission. If you have any problems, report to me in advance. Yes, master. You may leave. The Emperor Ta felt that he had saved his life and hurriedly ran away. After he left, Chu Wanning lay back on the bed and opened his palm. Through the gaps between his fingers, he looked at the brilliant flowers outside the window. The wind blew and the flowers fell, and fragrant snow fell. The soft color of the begonia was like a fragmented memory from last night. It was very light, but it was hard to tell whether it was real or not. He decided that he would never bring up yesterday's matter. It was too embarrassing. Elder Yuheng valued his face like gold. He valued his face more than his life. Thus, when Immerse saw Chu Wanning again a few days later, Elder Yu Hong was still as calm as before. His bearing was calm, noble, and elegant, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. Neither of them brought up that night of snuggling. Only when their gazes met did Mo Rant's gaze seem to linger on Chu Wanning for a while before habitually chasing after Mei. But what about Chu Wanning? When he met Mo Rant's gaze, he would immediately turn his head away coldly. Then, when the other party was not aware, he would inadvertently glance at him again. Xue Jingyong soon learned that Chu Wanning was punished. Sure enough, the supremacy at the peak of life and death immediately flared up in anger. But this rage was not suitable for anyone, so he could only shut the door and sulk with himself. If he had known, he would have added a rule when he set the rules. The law is inferior to the elders. Madame Wang brewed a pot of tea and spoke to him in a soft voice for a long time. Only then did Xue Jingyong calm down, but he still said, Elder Yu Hong is stubborn. If he does this again in the future, you must help me persuade him. He's a grandmaster that the sects in the upper cultivation world can't even get, but he's suffering under me. How can my conscience be at ease? Madame Wang said, It's not that I don't want to persuade him, but you also know how stubborn Elder Yu Hong is. Xue Jingyong said, Forget it, forget it. Wife, bring me some of those muscle revitalization and pain relievers. I'll go take a look at Yu Hong. The white ones should be taken orally. The red ones should be applied externally. Madame Wang handed 2 small porcelain bottles to Xue Jingyong and said, I heard Ran Er say that Elder Yu Hong has been cleaning lions at the Bridge of Helplessness for the past few days. You should be able to find him there. Xue Jingyong carried the porcelain bottles and sprinted to the vicinity of the Jade Bridge. Chu Wanning was there as expected. It was currently afternoon, and the disciples were all busy cultivating. Very few people passed by the Bridge of Helplessness. Chu Wanning was the only one standing alone on the winding Jade Bridge. His figure was tall and straight, and he had a natural strength of character. The leaves on both sides of the bridge rustled. His white robes were trimmed with bamboo, and he looked like a gentleman. Xue Jingyong walked over and laughed heartily. Elder Yu Hong, are you admiring the fish? Chu Wanning turned his face. My lord is joking. This river is connected to the yellow springs of the ghost world. How can there be fish here? Haha, I'm just joking with you. You're too elegant, but not humorous enough. If you continue like this, you won't be able to get a wife. Chu Wanning, here, medicine for injuries. My wife made it. The white ones should be taken orally, and the red ones should be applied externally. It's very useful. I'll give it to you. Chu Wanning did not want to accept it at first, but when he saw that Xue Jingyong was rather proud of himself and seemed to cherish the medicine made by his wife, he could not refuse. Thus, he accepted it and said lightly, Thank you. Xue Jingyong was a rough man, but he was rather reserved in front of Chu Wanning. There were many things that he did not dare to casually talk about. After thinking for a while, he picked a topic. Yu Hong, the Spiritual Mountain Sword Conference will be held in 3 years. At that time, the young talents of various sects will gather and compete. What do you think Ming and Ran Er's chances of winning? Chu Wanning said, It's hard to say what will happen in 3 years. I only know that for now, Mo Ran does not seek to improve, and Xue Ming underestimates his opponent. Neither of them should be like this. His words were straightforward, harsh, and did not beat around the bush. Xue Jingyong's face was a little embarrassed. He muttered, they're just children. Chu Wanning said, They're already in their 20s. They're not young anymore. Xue Jingyong said, That's true, but they're not even 20 yet. As their father and uncle, I can't help but be biased. Haha. Chu Wanning said, It's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach. It's the teacher's fault if the son doesn't teach strictly. If these two go on the wrong path in the future, it's our responsibility. How can we be biased? Chu Wanning said again, My lord, do you still remember that Lini Confucian Wind sect also had 2 geniuses back then? When he mentioned this, Xue Jingyong's heart could not help but sink. More than 20 years ago, Lini Confucian Wind sect, the biggest sect in the upper cultivation world, had a pair of brothers. Both of them were young and talented. They could subdue a 100-year-old demon on their own at the age of 10. At the age of 15, they could already create their own spells and establish their own sect. However, 2 tigers could not live on one mountain. Because both of them were outstanding, in the end, the brothers fought against each other. During the spirited Mountain Sword Conference, the younger brother was despised by all sects and elders because he spied on his elder brother's spells and tantric Buddhism. After the conference, the younger brother was immediately punished by his father. He was proud and arrogant and could not take setbacks. From then on, he harbored hatred in his heart and specialized in the Tao of deceit. In the end, he degenerated into a deranged devil. Chu Wanning mentioned this old incident at this time undoubtedly to tell Xue Jingyong that although Xue Ming and Imo Ran were outstanding, their temperament was more important than spells. Unfortunately, Xue Jingyong was strict with himself and serious with his disciples, but he was muddle-headed with his son and nephew to the point of spoiling them. Therefore, he did not listen to Chu Wanning's words. He only laughed and said, "With Elder Yu Heng's guidance, they won't walk the same path as those two brothers." Chu Wanning shook his head. Human nature is stubborn. If you don't make up your mind, it won't be easy to change. When he said this, Xue Jingyong couldn't help but feel uneasy. He didn't know if Chu Wanning was implying something. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but say, "Yu Hong, aren't you a little—" "Ah," I said, "don't be angry. Are you looking down on my nephew?" Chu Wanning did not mean this. He didn't think that Xue Jingyong would misunderstand so much. He choked for a moment. Xue Jingyong said worriedly, "Actually, I don't really care if they can make a name for themselves in 3 years. Especially Ran Air. He suffered a lot since he was young, and his personality is unavoidably stubborn. I hope you don't dislike him because he grew up in a restaurant. Ah, he's the only flesh and blood my elder brother left in this world. I've always felt guilty towards him." Chu Wanning interrupted Xue Jingyong, saying, "Lord misunderstands. I won't look down on him. If I cared about Imo Ran's background, I wouldn't be willing to take him as my disciple." Seeing that he was straightforward and firm, Xue Jingyong said happily, "That's good, that's good." Chu Wanning's gaze once again landed on the surging river under the bridge. He watched the surging waves, the clamoring of the waves, and didn't say anything else. Unfortunately, their conversation on the bridge and Chu Wanning's confession were easily swallowed by the waves, just like in his previous life. In the end, no one else heard him saying that he didn't dislike Imo Ran. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chu Wanning summoned his 3 disciples to the Red Lotus Pavilion and said, "Your spiritual cores have stabilized. I called you here today to bring you to Shuiying Peak and try to summon your weapons." Upon hearing this, Xue Ming and Shi Mei opened their eyes wide. They were overjoyed. Shuiying Peak was the holy mountain of the upper cultivation world. It was 1,000 feet tall and 10,000 feet tall. According to legend, Shuiying Peak was once the place where the god Gaochen Upper Palace forged his sword. The Gaochen Upper Palace was the god of weapons. It was in charge of the north and south celestial poles and ruled all the weapons in the world. When the celestial ruler eliminated the demons, the Gaochen Upper Palace used the mountain as its foundation, the lake and the sea as its pool, and its own divine blood as the fire to forge the first real sword in the world. This sword penetrated the heavens and the earth. When it struck, the divine land was torn apart and the seawater flowed backward. With the sword in hand, the celestial ruler suppressed the demons under the earth within 2 moves. From then on, it was impossible for them to rise again. And those 2 moves traversed the territory of the human world, creating 2 ferocious deep ravines. After this battle, it rained heavily for thousands of years. The deep trenches created by the 2 divine swords were filled with rainwater. Since then, they became the Yangtze River and the Yellow River that gave birth to countless creatures. As for Shuiying Peak, where the divine sword broke the world, it became a sacred place for cultivators of the later generations to worship. The spiritual energy left behind by the ancient gods was very rich. Until today, there were still countless mysterious spirits and strange flowers growing in the mountains. Countless cultivators saw through the Tao at Shuiying Peak and ascended. However, to the people of the world, the biggest attraction of this strange peak where the divine sword was forged was its Jincheng Pool. It was an ice pool at the top of Shuiying Peak that was frozen all year round. Legend has it that in order to create a divine sword, the Gaochen Upper Palace cut open his palm and squeezed in his own divine blood. A drop of his blood splashed onto the low-lying area of the mountain peak. Even after millions of years, the divine blood did not dry up. It became this clear golden pool that was surrounded by the later generations. Regardless of whether this legend was true or not, the wonders of the Jinqing pool were not lies. Although it was frozen all year round, there were very few Taoists who could use the power of their spirit cores to temporarily melt the water in the pool. Then, an ancient beast would leap out of the pool with a weapon in its mouth and offer it to the people on the shore. Xue Ming couldn't wait to ask, Shizun, when you took the divine martial skill, what kind of ancient beast jumped out? Chu Wanning said, Kuanpeng. When Xue Ming heard this, his eyes flashed with enthusiasm. That's great. I can see the Kuanpeng now. Mo, Ran mocked. Wait until you melt the lake water first. What do you mean? Do you think I can't melt the Jinqing pool? Mo Ran laughed. Aya. Why are you angry? I didn't say that. Chu Wanning said, it might not be the Kuanpeng that comes out of the lake with a weapon. It is said that there are hundreds of divine beasts living in the Jinqing pool that protect the spirit of the divine martial. As long as one of them likes you, it will find the weapon that it can get and offer it to the people on the shore. Moreover, these divine beasts have different temperaments and will give you all kinds of requests. If you can't fulfill them, they will take the weapon and return to the bottom of the lake. Xue Ming asked curiously, is that so? Master, what did the Kuanpeng ask you for? Chu Wanning said, it said it wanted to eat meat buns. The three disciples were stunned for a moment and then laughed. Xue Ming said, I was scared to death. I thought it was something difficult. Chu Wanning also smiled faintly and said, I was just lucky. These mythological beasts have all kinds of strange requests. I once heard that someone summoned a Shishu, and that little rat asked that person to marry his wife to it. That person did not agree, so the Shishu took the weapon and left. From then on, that person never had the opportunity to obtain the divine martial skill. Shirmei murmured, that's such a pity. Chu Wanning looked at him and said, what's so pitiful about it? I respect him as a gentleman. Shirmei hurriedly said, Master misunderstood. That's not what I meant. A wife can't be exchanged with any powerful weapon. I just feel that it's a pity that he missed out on such a divine weapon. Chu Wanning said, this is just a rumor. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to meet such a person. Many years ago in the Jincheng Lake, I saw what it meant by the human heart is terrible, dirty my eyes. He paused, as if he remembered something, and there was a faint haze between his eyebrows. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In these thousands of years, the Jincheng Lake has witnessed how many people's hearts haven't changed, and how many people's hearts have been exposed. In front of the divine martial, how many people can give up the opportunity to become a celestial venerable and stick to their hearts without hesitation? Chu Wanning sneered twice, as if something in his memory had touched his reverse scale. His expression gradually became indifferent, and his lips finally closed. He closed his mouth and didn't say anything. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly knitted. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be a little disgusted. Master, it's said that the divine martial of the Jincheng Lake each has its own temper. Did you use it well at the beginning? Xue Ming saw that he was unhappy, so he changed the topic and asked. Chu Wanning raised his eyelids and said lightly, I have 3 divine martial. Which one do you think? Chapter 34. Only Chu Wanning could calmly recite such a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sentence. When the 3 disciples heard this, they all had different feelings in their hearts. Xue Ming's thoughts were the simplest. He only had one exclamation. Ah. Mo Ran's thoughts were a little more complicated. He thought of something from his previous life. He pinched his chin and thought that he did not want to see Chu Wanning's 3rd weapon in this life. As for Shirmei, he tilted his head. His pair of apricot eyes flashed with a faint light, as if he was admiring and fascinated. Did you get Heaven's Inquisition from the Jinqing pool? Chu Wanning. Yes. Then the other 2, Chu Wanning. One is, the other isn't. Weapons are usually not too fierce and can be controlled. You don't have to worry too much. Xue Ming sighed with some envy. I really want to see Shizun's other 2 divine weapons. Chu Wanning said, Heaven's inquisition is enough to deal with ordinary matters. As for the other two, I would rather they never have a chance to use their skills. Xueming reluctantly agreed, but his eyes still flashed. Chu Wanning saw it and knew that Xueming's love for martial arts was hard to suppress. Fortunately, Xueming was not a bad person. With a little guidance, there was no need to worry too much. Immerse rubbed his chin at the side and smiled faintly. He knew that weapons were lethal weapons and saints had no choice but to use them. Chu Wanning, no matter in his previous life, he had lost because of his righteousness. It was written in the books that evil could not prevail over good, but this fool took it seriously. He deserved to be so talented and powerful, but he still became a prisoner and a skeleton in a grave. Shizun. Mei's voice interrupted Immerse's reverie. I heard that every year, hundreds and thousands of people go to Sunrise Peak to learn martial arts, but only 1 or 2 people have the opportunity to melt the Jinqing pool. It has even been years since the pool has been frozen. Disciples' cultivation base is too shallow. It is truly impossible for me to meet a good match. Immerse, young master, and the others are all outstanding talents in the human realm. Why don't I stay here and practice more basic spells? Chu Wanning. He didn't say anything. His porcelain-like face was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. He seemed to be pondering. In his previous life, Mei had given up the opportunity to go to the rising sun peak because of his low self-esteem. Seeing this, Immerse immediately smiled and said, I'm just going to give it a try. If I don't succeed, I'll just treat it as a trip. What are you doing all day at the peak of life and death? You should go out and see the world. Mei became more and more anxious. No, my cultivation base is too weak. There are so many people on the rising sun peak. If I run into disciples from other sects and they want me to spar with them, I'm sure I won't be able to beat them. I'll only embarrass Master. Chu Wanning looked up and said, Are you afraid of this? His question was very strange. It sounded like a question, but also like a rhetorical question. The other two didn't feel anything, but Mei felt a chill in his heart. He looked up and met Chu Wanning's cold and sharp gaze. Master. Chu Wanning's expression didn't change. He said, You're majoring in healing, so you're not good at sparring with others. If someone pesters you, just refuse. It won't be embarrassing. Immerse also grinned. Mei, don't be afraid. I'm here. So they packed up and the 3 of them went on their way. This time, they were going to the upper cultivation world. The journey was long, and it was too tiring to ride a horse. Chu Wanning was still unwilling to fly on his sword, so the carriage traveled leisurely for more than 10 days before they finally arrived at a town next to the rising sun peak. The 3 disciples had already come out of the carriage. Only Chu Wanning was too lazy to move. He lifted the bamboo curtain of the carriage and said, Let's rest here for a night. Tomorrow, we'll walk some more and we'll reach the rising sun peak. The city they were resting in was called Dai City. Although the city wasn't big, it was very rich and bustling. The women were dressed in jade, and the men were wearing brocade hats and silk clothes. It was even more luxurious than the richest place in the lower cultivation world. Xueming spat. Those bastards in the upper cultivation world. They're really a bunch of rich people. Wine and meat stink, and bones freeze to death on the road. Immerse also didn't like it, so he didn't refute Xueming. Instead, he smiled sweetly and ridiculed the scene in front of him. Yeah, I'm so jealous. No wonder so many people are racking their brains to move to the upper cultivation world. Even if they don't cultivate and are just ordinary people, their lives are much better than those in the lower cultivation world. Chu Wanning took out a silver mask and put it on his face. He then slowly got off the carriage and looked at the bustling streets around him. No one knew what he was thinking. Xueming asked curiously, Master, why do you have to wear a mask? Chu Wanning said, This is the territory of the Lini Confucian Wind sect. It's inconvenient for me to show my face. Seeing that Xueming was still puzzled, Immerse sighed and said, Little Phoenix, you don't have a brain. Master used to be a guest elder of the Lini Confucian Wind sect. When he said that, Xueming finally remembered. However, this proud son of heaven wasn't willing to admit that he had forgotten this. His face flushed red. He rolled his eyes and said, This, of course I know. I'm just curious. He's just a guest elder. It's not like he was sold to them. They can't just leave whenever they want to. Don't tell me that the Confucian Wind sect's people would kidnap Master and bring him back if they saw him? Immerse said, "You're really stupid. Haven't you heard? Ever since Master left, very few people in the upper cultivation world know his whereabouts after the Confucian Wind sect. When we go down the mountain to kill demons, if someone asks about our master, don't we just say that we're at the peak of life and death and never say who our master is?" Xueming was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize, so Master's whereabouts are a mystery in the upper cultivation world? But if Master is so powerful, why would he hide his whereabouts? He didn't deliberately hide it, but he also didn't want to be disturbed. Chu Wanning said, "Let's go and check in." "Hey, the four immortals want to check in?" The inn's waiter ran over with an oily face. Xueming said, "We want 4 of the best rooms." The waiter rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, immortals. Dai City's guest rooms are a bit tight these days. We can't spare 4 rooms. How about we have to trouble the immortals to put together a room? How about 2 rooms?" There was no other way. They could only make do with a place to stay. However, there was a small problem when they were assigning rooms. "I want to share a room with Shirmei." While Chu Wanning was paying the bill, the 3 disciples gathered together and Immerse firmly said. Xueming couldn't accept it. "Why should I?" Immerse said curiously, "Don't you like to stick to Master?" Then I don't want to." He respected Chu Wanning very much, but the word reverence couldn't do without the word fear. He couldn't tell whether he liked or feared Chu Wanning more. Seeing Xueming's face turn red, Immerse said with a sly smile, "Little brother, I think it's not that you don't want to sleep with Master, but that you don't dare to, right?" Xueming's eyes widened. "Master won't eat people. Why wouldn't I dare?" "Oh," Immerse said with a smile, "but Master likes to hit people in his dreams. Did you know that?" Xueming. His face turned green and white. Xueming suddenly thought of something and asked angrily, "How do you know what Master is like when he's asleep? Have you slept with him before?" These words were a bit ambiguous. Even though Xueming himself didn't have any evil intentions, the speaker didn't mean anything, but the listener took it seriously. Immerse thought to himself, "Not only did I sleep with him, I even slept with him in my past life." But a real man doesn't mention his past achievements. He still smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can feel it tonight. Remember to bring a bottle of Jinshuang ointment. It can be used to treat any injuries." Xueming was about to explode, but Chu Wanning had already paid the bill and walked over. He looked at them indifferently and said, "Let's go." The 3 youths followed behind Master like little tails. When they stood in front of the guest rooms, the 3 of them who were originally arguing happily all lowered their heads and waited for Chu Wanning to speak. In reality, their argument just now was useless. When it was time to arrange the rooms, they all shut up and waited for Master to speak. Chu Wanning paused and said, "There are only 2 rooms left. Which one of you?" He hesitated inwardly and felt a bit awkward. What should he say? "Who's willing to stay with me?" They all sounded a bit cautious and pitiful, which was really not Elder Yuheng style. Then what should he say? "Immerse, you come with me." Like this? Forget it. With a spiked club and a tiger skin, there was no difference between him and the Black Wind Stronghold's chief who kidnapped a good young woman. In any case, he was a grandmaster. He still had his face. Moreover, ever since they slept in each other's arms at the Red Lotus Pavilion, the 2 of them felt very awkward and rarely spent time alone. Chu Wanning's expression was calm and indifferent, but countless thoughts ran through his mind. After a long time, he finally raised his chin slightly and nodded at Xueming. "Xueming and I will stay in the same room." Xueming. Immerse was originally smiling, but now he couldn't help but be stunned. He really did hope that Xueming and Chu Wanning would stay together, and that he would stay with Shirmei. But when this choice came out of Chu Wanning's mouth, he inexplicably felt a bit depressed. He didn't know that he looked very much like a little wild dog who didn't know the difference between heaven and earth. The little wild dog met a man. Although that man didn't treat him very well, he was still willing to throw him some bones to eat 3 meals a day. But the little wild dog didn't like this fierce man. So although he ate the bones every day, he licked his paws and barked at the man. He didn't treat this man as his master. But for some reason, one day, this man came out with a bowl, and what was inside was not the bones he was familiar with, but millet. A beautiful bird with bright feathers fluttered down and perched on the man's shoulder. It stared at him with round eyes, and its sparkling beak intimately rubbed against his face. The man glanced sideways, stroked the bird's luxurious wings, and carefully fed it grain. This wild dog couldn't help but be stunned. After all, he thought that Chu Wanning would choose him. Chapter 35. At night, Imo Ran rested his chin on his hand and stared at the wall. Chu Wanning and Xue Ming's rooms were separated by a wall. Shimei loved cleanliness. His clean clothes were neatly folded on the bed. Not even a crease could be seen. Then he went downstairs to ask the waiter to bring him hot water for a bath. The soundproofing in this inn was not particularly good. When the room was quiet, one could hear the faint sounds of movement next to them. Chu Wanning seemed to say something, but it wasn't clear. But then Xue Ming's voice sounded. It seems to be a little tight. Imo Ran's ears pricked up and moved. Little Phoenix next door said, Shizun, does it hurt? It's okay. You can continue. I'll be gentler. You can tell me if it hurts. So long-winded. If you want to do it, then do it. If you don't want to do it, then forget it. Imo Ran opened his eyes wide in horror. Although he knew that the two next door were impossible, what kind of conversation was this? What were they doing? The puppy's ears were almost pressed against the wall. He could hear the vague sound of clothes rubbing against each other. When he looked closer, he could even hear Chu Wanning's muffled groan. He had heard Chu Wanning make this sound many times in bed. When his Shizun was in great pleasure or pain, he didn't want to make a sound. He always bit his lower lip, and the corners of his eyes were wet and red. At this time, if he used more force, he could hear Chu Wanning's broken throat. Wait a minute. Chu Wanning's voice was hoarse as he said in a low voice, There. Don't touch it. Okay. Xue Ming hesitated for a moment and said softly, Shizun, you do it yourself? Yes. Where? What kind of nonsense is this? Where can I touch? What do you mean by doing it myself? What are these two doing? Imo Ran's face darkened. When he reacted, he had already knocked on the door next door. A series of hurried noises came from inside. Gozai's expression turned even worse. He took a deep breath and said, Master, you. The door creaked open. Xue Ming was standing in the middle of the room, dressed immaculately. In his hand was a gauze stained with blood. He was squinting his eyes and staring at him with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? It was late at night. Did you run into a ghost? Imo Ran opened his mouth, then closed it stupidly. He looked past Xue Ming and saw Chu Wanning sitting by the table. There was a brand new bandage and medicine on the table. You are. Xue Ming glared at him. Apply the medicine. Shizun's shoulder injury hasn't completely healed yet. I haven't changed my dressing for a few days, and some of my wounds have been damaged by the suffocation. Imo Ran. He asked blankly, That's too tight. Too tight? Xue Ming frowned and thought for a while. Oh, the gauze. It was too tight before. Some blood stuck to the wound. I almost couldn't get it off. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped and looked at Imo Ran suspiciously. You were eavesdropping on us? Imo Ran rolled his eyes and tried to keep his face in order. The walls of this inn are so thin. Who could eavesdrop? If you don't believe me, you can go to the side and listen. If you stick to the wall, you can even hear the sound of breathing. Oh, is that so? Xue Ming nodded. After a while, he felt something was wrong. Wait, how did you know? Did you stick to the wall and listen? Imo Ran. Xue Ming was furious. Imo Wei you pervert. Imo Ran said angrily, Who knows what you won't do to Shizun? Xue Ming was a pure person. He didn't know what Imo Ran was talking about and became even angrier. What nonsense are you talking about? He turned his head and said, Shizun, look at him. Chu Wanning put on her outer robe and pulled it together. She combed her hair as she walked over coldly. She sized Imo Ran up from head to toe. What's the matter? I heard from next door. Imo Ran stammered and braced himself. I thought Xue Ming was bullying you. What? Chu Wanning didn't understand. He narrowed his eyes. Who bullied me? Ran wanted to slap himself. They were looking at each other awkwardly when Shirmei came up. Ran? Why are you in front of Shizun's room? Ran was even more speechless. That, there was a misunderstanding. Shirmei smiled. Then, has the misunderstanding been resolved? It's resolved. It's resolved. Ran said. Shirmei, didn't you ask the waiter to bring hot water for you to bathe? Shizun hasn't bathed yet, right? I'll go downstairs and ask them to bring more. Shirmei said. No need. He took out 4 small wooden tokens made of nanju and smiled. The waiter said that there's a natural hot spring next to this inn. The inn owner built a special bathhouse for it. You can take these tokens to bathe. I'll give one to each of you. Ran felt that as a homosexual, he shouldn't be bathing with 3 other people. Xueming was one thing, but Shirmei was as holy as a god in his eyes. He didn't dare to think too much about it, but he knew about Chu Wanning. After his rebirth, he had a few intimate interactions with him. It was very likely that he would lose his mind if he saw him take off his clothes. Ran immediately covered his face. I'm not going. Xueming turned pale with fright. You're going to sleep without bathing? It's so dirty, Ran said. I'll ask the waiter to bring hot water up. Shirmei was confused. This inn doesn't boil hot water. All the guests bathe in the hot spring. Ran had no choice but to take a change of clothes with him and bathe in the hot spring. This inn knew how to take advantage of the situation. They knew that most of the guests here were Taoists who went to the Jincheng pool to seek the sword. Thus, they simply named the bathhouse Jincheng Shuiying for luck. Ran was afraid that he would faint, so he didn't dare to bump into the other 2. He hurriedly changed his clothes and wrapped a towel tightly around his waist. He first ran to the pool and found a quiet place to bathe. Because it was already very late, there weren't many people in the pool. They were scattered far away. Ran had a white towel on his head. His entire body and half of his face were submerged in the water. When he exhaled, bubbles came out. After the first person finished changing, he walked out of the room with his long legs naked. Ran stole a glance and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was Xueming. Although Xueming was handsome, he wasn't Emperor Ta's cup of tea. The 2 looked at each other. Xueming pointed at him. You stay away from me. Why? Because you're dirty. Ran. Haha. The bathhouse was foggy. After a while, Xueming, who was wiping his body with a soap, suddenly said, Shizun, over here. Ran's face was half submerged in the water. Hearing this, he almost choked. Although he knew that he shouldn't look, his eyes still couldn't help but look to the shore. This look really took his life. Ran was caught off guard and immediately drank 2 mouthfuls of water. He didn't care about the disgust and quickly dived deeper. Only his eyes were above the water. He didn't expect that Chu Wanning and Shirmei would come out together. 2 people. One was slender and beautiful, with long black hair and a towel wrapped around him. It was Shirmei. Ran originally wanted to sneak a peek at him, but in the end, he only took a quick glance. He really respected Shirmei as much as the bright moon, so he didn't dare to stare at him in public. But the other one was tall and handsome, with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. His body was strong and his skin was tight. It was Chu Wanning. He had a high ponytail and was wearing a large white bathrobe. His whole body was covered, but the robe was too wide. The lapels of the robe were not pulled tight, revealing a large area of his smooth and tight chest. Ran stared at him. He felt like he was going to be suffocated and cooked in the hot spring. He wanted to look away, but his eyes didn't listen. He couldn't move them away, and his ears slowly turned red. Separated by the dense fog, Chu Wanning seemed to be looking at him, but also didn't. He casually put up a waterproof barrier around himself and then stepped into the hot spring. His clothes floated, and when he moved, his legs could be seen. They were straight and slender. Ran. He couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes and sank to the bottom of the water. Even with the protection of the towel around his waist, his reaction was too. Ran felt very wronged. He really didn't like Chu Wanning. He hated Chu Wanning to the core. But his body remembered the clouds and rain in the past. He remembered those soulless entanglements that could erode iron bones into tenderness. He also remembered all the blushing and ridiculous things between them. His Adam's apple moved, and he was in a dilemma. In the end, Immerse was really anxious to the point of crying. He was afraid that for the first time, he would despise himself like this. Why was it like this? Shirmei was still in front of him. What was the point of him being hysterical in front of Chu Wanning? Even if they were skin to skin in his previous life, it was all in the past. If he was so concerned about Chu Wanning's body, what would he do to his junior sister? How disrespectful, how bad. After suppressing his evil thoughts for a long time, Immerse finally suppressed the evil fire in his lower abdomen. Only then did he suddenly emerge from the water. He shook off the water droplets, wiped the water off his face with a towel, and opened a pair of misty eyes. He was looking right at Chu Wanning's face, and the water just now was splashed all over Chu Wanning's face. At this time, a drop of water was slowly dripping down. It suddenly seeped into his dark and sharp eyebrows, and then dripped down bit by bit, almost dripping into those beautiful phoenix eyes. Chu Wanning, Immerse, this was really too bad. He was holding his breath under the water just now and couldn't see the situation around him. Chu Wanning also didn't know that Immerse was hiding in this position. He came over on his own to get the incense box. In the end, before he could get the incense, his face was splashed with water by the person who suddenly emerged. This hot spring was very deep, and the buoyancy was not small. Immerse was dizzy and prepared to retreat. In the end, he slipped and fell into Chu Wanning's arms. Chapter 36. Chu Wanning didn't have time to think and reached out to support him. In the warm spring water, the two people's skin was pressed against each other. Immerse immediately felt a spark of electricity shoot up his tailbone, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Even though he had hugged a nearly naked Chu Wanning at the Red Lotus Pavilion, the situation at that time was critical and he didn't have the time to think about it, so he didn't have much of an impression of it. But at this time, one hand was pressed against Chu Wanning's chest, the other hand was still subconsciously supporting Shizun's waist. Under the water, their legs were rubbing together, and the other's skin was even more smooth and warm in the spring water. Immerse's head exploded with a boom. Towards Chu Wanning, just touching the other's waist like this, without doing anything else, the reaction was intense, like a surging river. Shizun, he struggled to stand up straight, his already burning lower body bumping into the other in this hurried struggle. Chu Wanning's eyes suddenly widened, shock flashing across his handsome face. He immediately retreated, but at the same time, the water droplets hanging above his eyelashes just now dripped into his eyes. Chu Wanning was provoked and hurriedly closed his eyes to rub them, but he didn't have a towel to wipe with. Shizun, use mine. Immerse was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. His face and ears were red, but he still wanted to cover it up and pretend that nothing was wrong. He took his own towel and helped Chu Wanning wipe the water droplets on his face. When Chu Wanning opened his phoenix eyes, there was confusion and astonishment in them, and a faint trace of panic. But these were all fleeting. He quickly tried to calm himself down, pretending that he didn't feel anything, and said in a hoarse voice, "Incense, give it to me." Oh, okay. Immerse walked to the side of the pool like a cooked crab and picked up the incense box on the shore. Shizun, what kind of scent do you want? Anything. Immerse was dizzy and stared blankly at the box for a long time, then sincerely turned his head. There is no such thing as anything. Chu Wanning. He paused for a moment before sighing. Plum blossom, begonia. All right. Immerse picked up 2 incense sticks and handed them to Chu Wanning. When their fingertips touched, there was another rustle. No matter how unwilling he was, he still couldn't get rid of those memories. If it was in the past, he would have long been entangled with him by the pool. He even imagined the scene of Chu Wanning half kneeling on the ground, enduring his own burning passion. His master's eyes were half closed and she couldn't stop trembling, yet she was still ked to climax by him. Immerse couldn't take it anymore. That kind of instinctive male desire made his eyes turn red. He didn't dare to look at Chu Wanning again. He felt that even if he looked at Shimei now, it would be safer than looking at Chu Wanning. How could this be? How could this be? After hurriedly washing up, Immerse vaguely said that he was sleepy and went back to sleep while the other three were still soaking. He went back to his room and locked the door. Immerse couldn't take it anymore. He relieved his own desires. He didn't want to imagine Chu Wanning at this time. He'd rather imagine Shimei in front of a beautiful woman. This would also make his conflicted heart feel better. But his body and thoughts were out of his control. All that flashed in front of his eyes were the scenes of him and Chu Wanning making love. Those bone-deep passion seemed to have been opened tonight. They crazily rushed back to his brain, accompanied by waves of tremors of destruction. He treated himself roughly, just like when he was entangled with that man. When he was on the verge of destruction, he raised his neck and panted unwillingly. His throat unconsciously spat out a name. Wanting. After saying these two words, he let out a muffled groan and trembled slightly. He released all of his power without holding back, and his palms became moist. After venting, Immerse pressed his forehead against the cold wall. His eyes were full of confusion, shame, guilt, disgust, excitement. He didn't expect that after his rebirth, he would have such a strong reaction to Chu Wanning. He suddenly felt disgusted with himself. Although he didn't get Shimei in his previous life, he spent all his energy on women. But that kind of promiscuity was actually nothing to him. After the candlelight was extinguished, it was just like any other person. Even Rongjio, who was slightly moved, was just because he looked similar to Shimei. But his feelings for Chu Wanning were completely different. He could clearly feel that it was just an imagination, not a real fusion. He could feel the strong pleasure that he couldn't feel from those little girls. It was not physical. He didn't want to think about it. He loved Shimei. It was in the past, and it will be in the future. It will never change. After repeating this to himself several times, Immerse slowly calmed his breathing. He frowned and closed his eyes. He was anxious and annoyed, but more than that, he felt sad and wronged. He didn't want to be like this. When the desire came, he couldn't help but think about Chu Wanning. After the desire retreated, he didn't want to think about anything related to Chu Wanning. Even if it was a strand of hair, a look in his eyes. He was almost paranoid that the one he liked, the one he loved deeply, it was Shimei. Grandmaster Chu's mind was also in a mess. After all, he directly and deeply felt Immerse's desire. The young man's body was very well developed and was very shocking. When he was excited, it was hot like iron waiting to be fired. Although Chu Wanning quickly recovered his calmness and didn't mention it, that feeling made his scalp numb and he couldn't believe it. What made it even more difficult for him to say was that he also had a reaction at that time. Fortunately, he was shy. Even if he was in the hot spring, he was used to wearing a bathrobe. His whole body was well covered and no one saw it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anywhere to put his face. But why would Immerse? At night, he lay on the bed and thought for a long time. He didn't dare to think. Maybe Immerse also liked him. This idea was too crazy and too shameful. He only thought carefully, maybe Immerse also likes. Before the word himself could appear in his mind, Chu Wanning fiercely pinched himself. His pair of phoenix eyes were bright and clear, but they flashed and hid. He didn't even dare to complete this sentence. After all, he was fierce and liked to beat people. His mouth was poisonous and his temper was bad. He didn't look like Shimei, and he wasn't young. Even if Immerse liked men, he wouldn't be so blind to like him. He was so arrogant. In fact, because he had been ignored and feared by others for too long in his heart, he had gradually felt inferior to the dust in this long and lonely journey. The next day, he woke up. Immerse and Chu Wanning met in the corridor of the inn. Both of them had their own thoughts. They looked at each other but didn't speak first. In the end, Immerse pretended that nothing had happened. He smiled at Chu Wanning and said, "Master." Chu Wanning sighed in relief. He didn't know how to respond. Seeing that Immerse chose not to mention yesterday's matter, he just followed suit and nodded indifferently as usual. "Since you're awake, go and wake up Shimei. We'll make some preparations, then we can go to Sunrise Peak." Sunrise Peak was covered in snow all year round, so it was very cold. Even cultivators with strong physiques would find it hard to resist this kind of cold. Chu Wanning went to the tailor shop to buy cloaks and gloves for his disciples to wear when it was cold. The lady boss, who was smoking a water pipe, opened her big red mouth to attract people. She said to Imo Ran, "Little immortal master looks valiant and formidable. Look at the black background and the golden dragon under the banner of feng shui. This shoe embroidery is the best." Just the dragon's eyes alone were so delicate that it took me more than 3 months to finish. Imo Ran smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister, you're so sweet. Unfortunately, I'm going up the mountain to ask for a sword. There's no need to dress so formally." Seeing that this didn't work, the lady boss pulled Shermay and said, "Oh, this immortal master is so beautiful. You're even prettier than the prettiest girl in Dai City. Immortal master, if you ask me, this red cloak with butterflies and peonies suits you best. Why don't you try it?" Shermay smiled bitterly and said, "Lady boss, that's for girls." Xueming didn't like to shop and look at clothes, so he didn't want to come over. He just stood there and waited. Chu Wanning chose a black cloak with purple edges for him. There was a circle of white rabbit fur around the eaves of the cloak. The lady boss said, "Immortal master, this cloak is a little too small for you. It's more suitable for a young man's figure." Chu Wanning said lightly, "I bought it for my disciple." Oh. The lady boss suddenly understood. She smiled and said, "You're such a good master." Perhaps it was the first time in his life that he was called a good master. Chu Wanning's body stiffened. Although his face didn't move, when he walked, his hands and feet trembled a few times. In the end, Imo Ran chose a greenish-gray cloak. Shermay chose a moon-white cloak. Chu Wanning chose a plain white cloak and a black one with purple edges. After paying the bill, he went to meet with Xueming. When Xueming saw his cloak, his eyes widened. Chu Wanning was confused. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." However, when Chu Wanning turned and walked away, Xueming thought that he couldn't hear him. He looked at the edge of the cloak with some disdain and muttered in a low voice, "Purple? I don't like purple." But unexpectedly, Chu Wanning's cold voice sounded, "You're so long-winded. If you don't wear it, then go up naked." Xueming, taking a leisurely pace, the four of them finally arrived at the foot of Rising Sun Peak before the sky gradually darkened. Suing Peak was full of spiritual power and had many spiritual beasts and strange birds. Even if it was a Taoist priest, he would not dare to rashly climb the mountain. However, with Chu Wanning here, there was no need to worry about this. Chu Wanning condensed 3 begonia flowers out of thin air. They had the effect of expelling spiritual energy and exorcising evil spirits. He put them on the waists of his 3 disciples. Then he said, "Let's go." Imo Ran raised his head and looked at the towering mountain range that was hidden in the darkness of the night. It was like an ancient giant beast lying still. Suddenly, a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. That year, at Rising Sun Peak, he announced to the world, the sun, the moon, demons, ghosts, gods, and devils that he, Imo Ran, was no longer satisfied with being the Emperor Ta of the cultivation world. He wanted to proclaim himself the master of the human world. It was also that year at Rising Sun Peak that he married a wife and a concubine at the same time. He still remembered the face of that wife, Song Chiodong. She was a peerless beauty in the cultivation world. From a certain angle, her facial features looked very much like Shermay's. He was not a person who cared about etiquette and honor, so he did not follow the cumbersome rules of the 3 matchmakers and 6 matchmakers. At that time, he held Song Chiotong's slender white hand and pulled the woman with the red handkerchief covering her hand up the stairs. They walked for more than 2 hours up the 10,000 stairs. Later on, Song Chiotong's legs hurt and she could not walk anymore. Imo Ran also had a bad temper. He lifted her veil and was about to yell at her. However, under the hazy moonlight, Song Chiotong's pair of delicate eyes, which were full of grievance and forbearance, looked very much like the old friend who had turned into a pile of bones in the 9 springs. The words of loathing were frozen on the edge of her mouth. She trembled a little, but in the end, the words that came out were, "Shermay, let me carry you." According to seniority, if they were from the same school, then Song Chiotong was indeed his shimmy. Therefore, She was only slightly startled by this title. She thought that since Immerse wiped out the Confucian Wind School, he naturally considered the Confucian Wind School to be the pinnacle of life and death, so calling her Shimmy was not out of the question. Therefore, she smiled and said, "All right." On the last several thousand stairs, the Emperor Ta, the master of the human realm, the ruler of the dark world, steadily carried the beautiful bride in red on his back and walked to the top of the mountain. He lowered his head and looked at the mottled shadows on the ground. They were in a strange posture, overlapping each other. He laughed, but his voice was hoarse. "Shirmei, from now on I am the master of the human realm. From now on, nobody can hurt you." The woman crouching on his back did not know what to say. After hesitating for a while, she softly said, Her voice was very soft. Perhaps it was because it was too soft that the woman's voice was not so clear. It sounded somewhat indistinct. Immerse's eyes reddened in a place where no one could see. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry to have made you wait for this day for too long." Song Chiodong also thought that Immerse had liked her for a long time, so she gently said, "Husband." This woman's voice was clear and crisp, like a delicate orchid falling on dew. It was very pleasant to hear, but Immerse's footsteps suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He continued to walk forward, but Immerse's voice was no longer hoarse. The weak trembling also disappeared. After a pause, he said, "In the future, just call me Immerse." Song Chiodong was quite surprised. She did not dare to call the Emperor Ta that, so she hesitantly said, "Husband, this? I'm afraid." Immerse's tone suddenly became fierce. "If you don't listen, I'll throw you down from the top of the mountain." Immerse. Song Chiodong quickly changed her words. "Immerse, I was wrong." Immerse did not say anything else. He lowered his head, did not say anything, and continued to walk forward. The shadow on the ground was still a shadow. Later on, when he saw it clearly, he realized that it was really just a shadow. The moon in the water, the flowers in the mirror, was all fake. What he had, in the end, was only worthy of an illusion. In the end, it was all fake. "Shirmei." "Yes?" The people walking beside Immerse heard him and turned their heads. Thousands of leaves, thousands of sounds, and the grass and trees rustled. The moonlight shone on his beautiful face. "Immerse, what's wrong? Are you tired from walking?" Immerse glanced at Chu Wanning and Xue Ming, who were walking in front of him, and whispered, "If you're tired, I'll carry you on my back." Before Shirmei could say anything, Chu Wanning turned around. He glanced coldly at Immerse. "Is Shi Mingjing's leg broken? Does she need you to show off?" Shirmei hurriedly said, "Shizun, Immerse was just joking. Please don't be angry." Chu Wanning lowered his eyebrows. His eyebrows were sharp, and there was a faint flame in his eyes. "Ridiculous. What do I have to be angry about?" With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Immerse. "Shirmei, Master isn't happy. It's not like you don't know him." Immerse whispered in Shirmei's ear. "His heart is narrower than the tip of a needle. He's cold-blooded and heartless, but he doesn't allow others to be kind to him." With that, he wrinkled his nose, lowered his voice, and concluded, "He's very annoying." In front of them, Chu Wanning suddenly said sternly, "Immerse, if you say one more word, I'll throw you off the mountain." Immerse seemed to be tactful enough to keep his mouth shut, but he secretly glanced at Shirmei with a grin and mouthed, "What are you waiting for? See, I wasn't wrong, right?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.